Good morning, hello everyone, and welcome at long last to the OS World Cup 2022 Winners Bracket Final. It is time for a long-awaited, incredibly hyped matchup here in this year's Winners Final. The Cinderella story of this year's tournament, South Korea, coming off of the back of two comeback tiebreaker wins against Canada and the United States in the Winners Bracket quarterfinals and semifinals. We're facing off against the indomitable, the stalwart Germany, who have looked untouchable in their first several matches in the winners bracket to make it to the winners final. Of course, a notable absence, the United States in the winners final this year. First time since 2014, we won't be seeing them at this stage. So it's a new look, it's a new time, it's a new era perhaps being started. One of these two teams will be guaranteeing themselves a top two finish. And, of course, the other one lives to fight on for a chance to make it back up next week. But who will it be? That's the big question we've got to answer today. And IT1G will be joined by Chillier Pair as we attempt to answer that question. Chillier, it's a big matchup. It's a new matchup. Who do we think comes out on top? What do we think this match looks like?
I have been anticipating this match for the entire week that we have been waiting through from semifinals to finals. After watching that exceptional tiebreaker from South Korea last week with the big performances from players of the likes of Karcher and Allegrisimo, backed up by their star roster this year, going up against Germany, the team who is no stranger to these winners finals, now going on multiple years in this position, now potentially trying to make this the first year that they don't get knocked down to the losers bracket in this matchup. They've got a roster very similar to what we've seen in previous years in terms of strength and overall consistency, but as of recent, this South Korea performance is going to leave a little something to be desired from our kind of returning second place team here, year in and year out. So a new era indeed potentially upon us here. Maybe one of the first times in very, very a long history of an Asian team not making it to the grand finals in a guaranteed top two spot will start to come about again here. Or maybe Germany will pick it up and get themselves the spot that they thought they've deserved for the past few years.
It's a lot of history in the making at play for one of these two teams. South Korea, of course, got to the grand final back in 2019, lost that 7-0 at the hands of the United States on their possibly best roster ever with Idke and Vaxei running rampant. The only other time before that South Korea has ever gotten to a grand final was all the way back in 2013, which was, of course, a year that they won. Meanwhile, Germany, 2020 runners-up, 2021 runners-up, lost the United States both times in the grand finals. Fourth place back in that 2019 year. And interestingly enough, these teams have met twice in the past 3 years, right? 2019, they met in the losers bracket finals weekend. South Korea won 7-4. And then last year, they met in losers final, grand finals weekend. Germany won 7-6. So that 1-1 scoreline, somebody's going to take a lead in it. And South Korea, also worth mentioning, on the run of all runs in World Cups this year, not just in Standard. They won the Catch World Cup, they won the 4-Key Mania World Cup, they won the 7-Key Mania World Cup, and they got second place in the Taiko World Cup. So they can get top two in every single World Cup this year if they win this match, which would be an unprecedented level of dominance for all OSU game modes, the likes of which we've never seen before, and which would be a remarkable accomplishment.
South Korea really going for a year of firsts this time around with their performance in absolutely everything. like you said, it's something we just simply have not seen before. This level of dominance from a singular country across the board is, it's just previously not thought to have been possible. There is so much competition and so many teams vying for the wins in these different game modes that, it's hard to say that you've placed that highly in everything. And this year, they're looking to make that potentially a reality. It is a reality. They are already guaranteed a top 3 finish. Looks like we're going to be getting our first pick already out of South Korea. They know exactly what they want to start this out. It's going to be Hidden 3. I think we can do a little bit of a band review following this. But for now, I think we're jumping straight into things here. South Korea, Germany on this slightly earlier match, I think, even than Germany is used to playing. I think teams start to get used to playing after this 14 UTC time slot, closer to 18 now. And I'm interested to see what happens on a mod pool to start this one out here. South Korea generally very strong on their opening picks in these matches. They, year in, year out, especially this year, have had a very solid roster for stuff like this. Worst HR player been a big component of the South Korean roster this year on the hidden picks, as well as obviously Karcher. Nope, KJK and Amami Kokoro going to try and back that up well. Germany may be looking for a bit of an improvement from the performance that we saw last week. We talked a little bit about Whitecat potentially not stepping up at the beginning of the match for his team as much as we usually see, and we're looking to see if maybe the Whitecat we all know and love pops out pretty early here for Germany alongside the big players, the heavy hitters like Kriller and Okinamo.
Yeah, this is a very good, I think, first pick to start things off for South Korea. Both these teams played the Hidden 3 last week, and South Korea won the head-to-head by 470,000 points. Of course, that was their break point against the United States to force a tiebreaker. Germany, not in the same position when playing this last week, didn't really have to worry about it as a win or lose situation in the entire match, but definitely want to improve their compared score. So we'll get into this and see how it goes. Nope, Amamiya Kokoro, worst HR player Karcher is a very scary roster for a hidden flow aim like this, and already a couple of early breaks from Okinamo and Shark over on the side of Germany. So it will be South Korea with a small advantage to start things off here. A couple breaks on that big flow aim pattern, but they'll hold on to the lead. And this is a decently long, pretty consistently difficult flow aim hidden. It does bear some similarities to last week's Hidden 3, so you can definitely make, I think, a fair comparison between the two maps.
Absolutely. We just saw a big slider break there from Whitecat on those really quick sliders there. Nope, KJK going to be the second break now coming out of South Korea, but Kriller will drop the final FC for Germany. It's Okinamo to recover after that initial break. Doing a good job of it. Shark lost quite a bit of accuracy with that chain missing earlier. Still going to sit below 50k because of it. Every other player on Germany pushing above 100k. It's just Amamiya Kokoro below for South Korea, going to rapidly approach that. And there's another break from Whitecat. Karcher does find a break, though. It's down to worst HR player. This is the player that we've been talking about week in and week out on these hidden picks, who has been a massive help for South Korea, despite Karcher being the overwhelming carry for the team. Worst HR player coming through, but does break now. It's a big advantage for South Korea at the beginning, but there is combo on the side of Germany, and they're going to be able to claw a bunch of this. Score back with that break from Nobu KJK.
South Korea has been a team that has really relied on their couple of big carries a lot of the time. Karcher, worst HR player, the names you'll hear us probably mentioning most frequently from that side. And as you know, what remains to be seen, of course, is how they and their team play in this grand final, or in this pool, trying to reach the grand finals, because it gets to the point where perhaps a couple of those upper skill cap players from Germany can kind of take over. You see Whitecat holding a solid combo along with Kriller. Shark leading the way though for that team as they try to claw this score gap back. So they're gonna do into this guitar solo as long as they can hold. This is where things get really difficult though. The spacing here is incredibly tricky, but apparently the player's just making it look easy, as the only break through this section so far comes from Okinawa. But he's joined by Shark, Kriller, and Amamiya Kokoro. And that means lead right back over to South Korea. Combo in their favor with Whitecat, the only one holding for Germany.
Oh, these cut streams are absolutely disgusting, and we finally see breaks out of Whitecat and Okinawa. Big combos for Germany. Karcher does find a miss, as well as Nope KJK to trade it back, but it's Worst HR Player, the only one to have a combo coming out of this section right now, showing absolute mastery of this skill set right now, finally dropping below 99% accuracy, trying to keep it above for as long as they can. It's working for South Korea so much right now. Amamiya Kokoro is going to break right before the pause alongside Kriller. And South Korea, they're not in the clear yet. They only have about 50,000 score to their name in favor of them, but Shark finding a break there is going to give them just a little bit more coming into the last couple bits of this map here. Worst HR Player may be able to do enough for the South Korean team to get them this point.
This is a really amazing performance from Worst HR Player. I mean, we know what he's capable of on Hidden Flow AM picks. He FC'd that Hidden 3 last week. He's going to come in and put up another great score this week. Looks like it should be enough to carry them as we come into the very end of the map. It's going to end up being pretty close. 100k or so is all that's going to separate the teams at the end of the day. But Worst HR Player coming in with an 1100 plus combo, hitting the entire ending.
Yes,
that is that's a 680k score to start the match off. Worst HR Player has come to play. He is prepared. He is ready to go. He's dropping a 2-miss 99 act 680k score on the first map on a very difficult Hidden 3. And really, if you look around the lobby, no one even close to matching that. Next best score, 468k from Karcher, and then just other scores in the 400k region. Worst HR Player kind of in a league of his own on that map and starts off the match the right way. South Korea 1-0 on their own first pick, looking very strong.
That was exceptional from Worst HR Player, very much living up to the name of what they've given to themselves in previous weeks here. South Korea has utilized Worst HR Player very heavily on these hidden picks. It's going to be Nomad 2 for Germany to start this match off. I think this is a route that many of us saw coming from them here every single week and every single year as of recent. We constantly talk about Germany as that one team that you need to be terrified of on mechanics maps. And, even so, in multiple grand finals now in the past of Germany playing against teams like the United States, have forced even them to venture away from the mechanical styled maps, because that's simply just how good this roster is at this skill set right here. So I think a 210 BPM, 212 BPM, even higher slightly, long stream focused Nomad 2, obviously, with some of the classic Nakagawa Kanon patterns with the slider aim, the bursts, coupled with some of these longer patterns in here. We're really looking for an area that Germany has been the absolute champion of for so many years.
Yeah, and while we're talking about Germany mechanics, I do want to quickly at least note down the bans so people are aware, since we went through those pretty quickly. South Korea did go the double tapping mechanics bans. They banned out DT3, free mod 2, so high BPM tapping, double time, high BPM tapping, free mod banned out by South Korea. That is in respect of the Germany ability to play those tapping mechanics maps. Germany flipping it the other way around. Free mod 4, no mod 5, the two very awkward maps, some rhythm, some reading banned out. So you can kind of see, both with the bans and now with each team's first pick, where they're looking like they might want to play in this pool. South Korea going to want to go into the more niche maps, whereas Germany is going to want to go more into the mechanics picks. And starting off with a roster of Whitecat, Okinawa, Rising, and Smarty on a Nomad 2 that is ridiculously stamina draining is a very good place for Germany to start off, just like the Hidden 3 kind of awkward flow aim was a very good place for South Korea to start off with their roster being as strong on those skill sets as it is. That being said, South Korea is a team you can't count out on really any skill set. They actually won the head-to-head on Nomad 2 between these two teams last week. Germany perhaps underperforming a little bit on that map, will look to recover that score this week. But it's something to bear in mind that South Korea can play these maps. They have Karcher, they have Zdaysen, they have Parisia and Worst HR Player to fill in. So this could be a map that is much more competitive than one might think immediately at first glance, at face value.
Well, looking for South Korea to prove that to us once we get to the really difficult section of this map here. I think this is the type of Nomad 2 where if you're a fairly competent stream player, you should be able to make it through almost the first 1,000 combo of this map pretty comfortably, and we're seeing a lot of that from everyone in here. It's just worst HR player to find a little bit of a slider break at the beginning here, and, you know, we'll kind of forgive that just because of the style of this map. It's 100% possible even to be comfortable on this map and still find a break somewhere here at the beginning. Dud, a good job of recovering, and we're looking at high accuracies really across the board here. South Korea sitting just a little bit lower than Germany on this one. They've got Smarty and Whitecat way up there alongside Rising. Okinambo finally pushing above 99% to give them the full team above 99. Karcher will drop the double S into this next section here. Parisia going to fall below 99 as well. But all that matters is that worst HR player finds the recovery from that very early break, and now we're going to start to get into the really difficult section of the map right here. This is where the stamina is going to count. This is where the finger control comes into play. You've got to be able to transition between these constant streams and sliders back and forth. Buzz sliders as well. Possible to find some breaks on those. Everyone looking so comfortable on this type of thing, and it's worst HR player to find a break again, alongside Smarty, though.
Smarty missed the last note before that spinner. You hate to see it. Maybe it's a little under tap. Hard to say. But that leaves things a little more even combo-wise than they could have been otherwise. Germany is going to have that 90,000 K lead or so. Worst HR player finding another break, but it's traded once again. So it is still the 3 FCs to 3. You still can see any one break shifting the outcome pretty quickly. And with this being 4.5 minutes long, right, you have a lot more stamina called into question than you normally would. Most Nomad 2s do not end up being quite this long, and it's a break from Whitecat, and Parisia trades, but Okinamo with another. There goes Rising. Germany has reset. It is Zason and Karcher now to try to build this lead over to South Korea. It goes very quickly here, and that is a massive combo advantage with a double FC against only a 400 combo on Smarty. They're the players I said to watch out for, right? Karcher and Zason so good at tapping maps. Karcher just does not miss ever, it would seem.
I'm terrified.
And Zason is amazing at tapping. And just like that, oh, he fell off though. Oh, Zason, no. Oh, that was avert your eyes. Don't watch his screen there. That was sad to see. But Karcher still on the full combo and still leading the way for South Korea to try to take a break point here.
No, this isn't how you're supposed to play the game, Karcher. Please. This map is so much more difficult than it leads on at this ending section right here. Being able to consistently maintain your cursor speed while still tapping BPMs like this is such a difficult skill set in a high pressure situation for these players. So exactly what we're watching right now from Karcher is just the epitome of being comfortable on a singular style of map right now. And unfortunately for Germany, it's gonna come at the expense of a few mistakes, and now capitalizing on them. South Korea going to be taking the first break point of this match, despite Germany putting up a 2.5 million team score. It's going to be the 2.8, relatively close to million team score for South Korea into the ending, and that's a break point to start us off by 324,000 points. It's an FC from Karcher.
You know, worst HR player came ready to play on the Hidden 3, and Karcher came ready to play on the Nomad 2. This is exactly why this Nomad 2 was a little scarier than you might have expected it to be into this South Korea team, because Karcher's tapping is out of this world. And you can see just nobody from Germany able to match. They had 4 scorers all within 25,000 points of each other. Remarkable team consistency. But South Korea had 2 scores that were higher than any of them, and a third that was right up there with Whitecat for the top score on Germany as well. Only worst HR player really a little bit behind. But just the team score from Germany, unfortunately, not good enough to match those top scores from South Korea, which is what they've been kind of relying on this entire tournament, right? They've had, it feels like, at every turn, 1 or 2 players putting up, if not an FC, at least an amazingly high score, and it served them well, to the tune now of winner's final 2-0 breakpoint to start off the match in this best of 13, and now their own pick to come to try to consolidate it.
Well, if you are South Korea, getting this early breakpoint is extremely big on a mechanic-styled pick because, you know, now not only do you have this extra breakpoint advantage, you also not only have the chance to consolidate this breakpoint advantage, but you have now taken a point from a pick that's pretty deep into Germany's comfortable territory. On NoMod 2, stream stamina-style maps is exactly where Germany likes to put themselves in these matches, and now you have kind of broken that safety net for them. And I wonder if it's going to throw off Germany a little bit for some of their remaining picks in this match that we see going forward. South Korea going to go for the NoMod 3, very challenging pick in terms of the aim required for this style of map here. We've seen some players get, you know, reverse chokes on this. We've seen some players get actual chokes on this. I don't know if we've seen somebody combo all the way through this with a full combo yet, and I'm kind of interested to see if this is the match where we finally see it happen.
After seeing what Malashevsky and Michny did on this for Poland yesterday, I really think the sky's the limit because players have shown that they can play this to a level higher than you might, you know, expect for how difficult of a NoMod 3 this is. But it is definitely a tough one to keep a combo throughout. All of the key eyes are difficult. The ending spikes incredibly hard. So you gotta keep your nerve. It's another very long map. We're seeing a lot of very long maps in this pool, so a lot of consistency tests in addition to the raw mechanical tests. But again, you know, South Korea leaning into that sort of gimmick skill set, you know, fewer mechanics picks for them, more maps like this where it's a little less straightforward. Some very awkward alt aim required for this pick. But again, it's Karcher worst HR player. It's Whitecat Kriller on the other side. You've got the big guns coming out. So we'll see who can perform the best on a map that is very difficult to be consistently great on.
Well, spiky patterns kind of have that effect in this map right here. You know, you get this really nice mellow intro. If you're comfortable with alt maps at this final stage, this beginning section should be absolutely no issue for you. The big difference is going to come just past the quarter waypoint in this map when it really starts to get difficult into that first key eye. And it's kind of big because the first super hard section of this map comes pretty close to right before, you know, kind of the third point or halfway, and that's really a section where we can see some complete meltdowns from players here if you're not comfortable with the patterning. You've got the first few space patterns, and now you get these cut circles here, and it's going to be worst HR player in Okinamo to trade out the first one, as well as Allegrisimo and Shark, but Karcher is going to find a break. It's going to be Kriller and Whitecat to hold. We know how dangerous Kriller could be, but he does find a break. It's down to 1 FC to 1 already.
Yeah, these key eyes hit you like a truck. The difficulty of these patterns cannot be understated. There are some that look simple and are harder than they look. There are some that look hard and are as hard as they look. And you can see them catching a lot of players out here. 6 FCs dropped. No KJK versus Whitecat. The lone FCs remaining. Whitecat in a small accuracy advantage. Germany just the tiniest of score leads through that first key eye section. And Allegrisimo breaks on that little circle burst going into the slow part. Halfway through, it is only about a 50,000 point lead for Germany. Nothing to write home about as of yet. A lot of maps still to come. But they can start to eke out just a little bit of a lead here. Just a tiny little bit of advantage as worst HR player is the next to break.
There goes Nope KJK one more time alongside worst HR player on that section before the slowdown here. Now it's back in Germany's hands. No consolidated breakpoint for South Korea, it seems to be looking like just yet. It's just Karcher on about a 600 combo to try and go up against Germany right now, but being matched by Shark, Whitecat 1200 combo, Okinamo pushing up as well as Kriller 500 on both of them. This is looking to be very likely to be Germany's point here. Kriller's gonna break on that really quick space stream after, as well as Shark. Nope KJK trades out one of those breaks. They need the big combo on Karcher to trade if they want to be safe. There goes Whitecat. Karcher's going to be able to bring this one back to South Korea here if he really wants to.
It's going to be a tough task for him, though, because Okinamo is holding a 680 combo on the side of Germany. That is only about 150 combo behind Karcher, and there falls Karcher as well. And now this break point might have just solidified itself. Okinamo continuing to hold on. A 200,000 point lead for Germany. Doesn't look like there's going to be enough time for South Korea to do much about that. Okinamo doing what Ristel and what Michny did yesterday and comboing through a lot of that ending. Finally breaks, unfortunately, so it will not be an ending FC from him. Worst HR player, by the way, quietly held through that entire section. It just never really mattered, unfortunately, because they were a couple 100K behind. And so instead of a consolidated breakpoint, we're going to see a breakpoint right back for Germany. A very good team-wide performance from them once again. Whitecat on that big combo to establish the lead, and then the other members playing their role in the back half of the map in order to maintain that advantage. And this one looks a lot like the previous map where, again, Germany just had a couple of scorers that were better than anybody's on South Korea, and that helped them to that lead. It's 2-1. It's Germany's pick. They can tie it up, but now they're going to be thinking about it a little bit more. You mentioned before this pick, with South Korea winning that Nomad 2, it calls into question whether or not Germany can safely pick tapping mechanic maps. So it will be very interesting to see where they go with this next selection.
Yeah, this is, kind of the point we mentioned before, where does losing Nomad 2 throw Germany off just slightly? This is a German roster I don't think is going to be heavily affected by their loss on a Nomad 2 styled pick, especially because they know just how strong South Korea is on a late stage pool. But I do have to wonder if it will kind of prevent them from just going immediately back into something like double time 2, where, they would normally be pretty comfortable with a lot of this roster. Do they look towards something more styled towards Koei? Unfortunately, not much left in the pool in the ways of that. Do they maybe open up Hard Rock here? They do go for DT, but it's DT1. This is a pick we haven't seen too often this weekend.
Yeah, this might be the first pick of this map. I know it wasn't played in Poland versus Canada. I don't believe it was played in the United States versus Romania either. I could be mistaken about that, but we're going to go into an AIM DT. I mean, this is 260 BPM, AR 10.3, almost entirely AIM in this one, right? It is a DT pick, which is something that Germany is very well known for, but it doesn't require that high BPM tapping that you're used to seeing out of them. Granted, again, last week both teams played DT1, blah, 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 that sort of thing, but that DT1 was completely different, right? This one is raw aim. That one was a lot of tapping and awkward aim. So really not a comparable type of map. So it's very interesting to see what could happen going into this, a map style that we haven't seen in the first few picks. We haven't seen an aim map yet. This is going to be the first one.
Yeah, this is definitely, again, back to that consistent skill set that Germany looks for here, the mechanics favored picks. They're going to bring it to a little bit higher AR this time around, but for the length of this and the BPM, they should be pretty comfortable. I distinctly remember last week being on this Germany match and having everyone keep their eyes open for that Neox Rising combo. They have been kind of that dangerous pair for Germany on these double time picks in previous weeks, but we are on a DT1 right now, which is also pretty far into Whitecat's wheelhouse. Starting off at the beginning of the map, it looks like we're not sitting too close into Parisia's, but we'll see if maybe they recover pretty well here. Looks to be kind of a fluke miss for a quick start at the beginning of the map, but it is going to give just a little bit of a score advantage to Germany to keep it on their side, despite some lower accuracies on a few players here.
This is an interesting pick in that it takes worst HR player out of the lobby, notably. Karcher staying in, but it's Parisia, Allegrisimo, and Nongsa this time around. So you lose out on one of your big carry performers. It's an early trade there from Allegrisimo and Rising, but the lead will stay with Germany on the back of the triple FC versus just one and a near FC. And you said it. I mean, this is Whitecat's bread and butter. How did he get known? It's for his aim. He is possibly the single best aim player in the game. And so a map like this is just so comfortable for him. And you can see just the ease at which he combos through these early patterns is really remarkable. Couple breaks coming out here and there. Nongsa rising. But it's really just about Germany at this point. It's Kriller, Whitecat, Neox, all holding FCs as casual as you like through the first roughly half the map. Neox finally does break, but they're in a decent spot already. 300,000 point lead. This is going to be a little more definitive, it appears, than a couple of the earlier maps were.
And not too much time for these breaks here right now. It's Allegrissimo and Neox to trade out once again. And there goes Parisia. Gonna trade out with Kriller, but that's even better for Germany as that was the remaining FC on the side of South Korea. It's now Whitecat uncontested against the world, against South Korea. Gonna hit the massive jump spike into the pause. And I think that might just be all she wrote for this pick, assuming Whitecat doesn't have a complete meltdown at the ending of this map right now. Karcher has a 500 combo, but before the pause, we get a chance to see that Rising has built up a pretty substantial amount of combo to combat a bit of that. Whitecat just going to run away with this into the ending here. We get the final few sections of triples, and like you said, like we've gone time in and time out, Whitecat easily the best player at this skill set. We've seen so many people come and go on this TT1 skill set, and Whitecat every single time prevails without fail. We're going to come into the last couple sections of the map here, looking for the completion from Whitecat, the final stand into the last few jumps. Can he do it into the ending triples? And he does. Whitecat gets the FC, and that is securing a 500,000 plus score victory for Team Germany, the only FC in the lobby, and this match is back to even.
It's the strat here for Germany. Whitecat, go. And Whitecat went. The lone FC in the lobby, the top scorer by nearly 400,000 points. That is just his calling card, and he proved it. Not much more to be said about a map like that. It was never in doubt because Germany had that FC in their back pocket, and South Korea could not match it. But it's 2-2. It's kind of a new match, right? You get a couple of early break points, and now we go right back to square one. A few maps missing from the pool, perhaps the only difference there. But that will make things interesting because there are now a few maybe aim picks that Germany would want to go into, seeing that their team's aim is perhaps a little better than their opposition's. So we'll see if that leads them into any of the other ones in this pool. Nomad one, Hidden one, perhaps Hard Rock one even. South Korea, I expect to continue in the same sort of strategy. First couple of picks going into some niche types of maps. I don't think they're liable to go away from that.
Yeah, I'm interested to actually see what South Korea decides to go with now. They do go for the free mod 3. This is, continuously been discussed as one of the more difficult maps in this pool. Half/Slash known for making kind of these, we call it extra stage and more extra difficult. This is, Half/Slash is great at doing these super precision oriented, hard rock free mods, but also, making sure that there's an adequate challenge for the hidden players on this type of free mod. And I guess the advantage right now sits with who's able to maintain that through a 4-minute plus long Zun song. And we haven't really had a chance to see many mods out of these teams yet. We do know that South Korea did win their first Hidden 3 pick, and we've played 2 no mod maps and then the DT since. So we're still looking for maybe our first glimpse of the Hard Rock rosters for these teams today. And that could be a pretty big difference maker on a pick like this where, I think Hard Rock is maybe arguably the more difficult mod to take on this.
I think this map is hard with either mod. The term anti-mod has come into use for maps like this for a reason. You're either getting 6.5 circle size precision aim, or you're getting that low AR hidden reading. I will disagree with you. I do think Hidden is probably harder than Hard Rock on this, but it's difficult either way. And this is a map, right? A slot that neither of these teams played last week. We didn't see either of them play the free mod 3 that was again they're the smaller circles, low approach rate. We also didn't see either of them playing a hidden 2, so no low approach rate hidden. So this is kind of a skill set that we don't have a direct comparison between these teams on. And it'll be a very interesting one, I think, to watch. I do feel that South Korea has a very, very strong free mod roster. You've got, the reading capability of Worst HR player. You've got the hard rock ability of Karcher. But Germany never slouches when it comes to mod maps. So, Smarty and Kriller on the hard rock, Shark on the hidden will be a formidable roster, I think, for a pick like this. But it does feel perhaps like South Korea chose wisely here. We'll see how it goes, whether or not that's proven true or not.
Well, you've got a Mamiya Kokoro dropping. Now Smarty goes too, though. Oh, and another one from Mamiya Kokoro. I think we're going to be seeing a lot of these types of breaks in this map. Oh gosh, Mamiya Kokoro really not having a good time at the beginning of this. We've seen a couple of breaks from Smarty and Shark here, but looking for a bit of an improvement from that hidden player on the side of South Korea. With a Mamiya Kokoro being so kind of uncomfortable at the beginning of this map, I do wonder if maybe we're just getting that hidden tank and then Worst HR player is going to try and come out here with some crazy no mod combo, which is kind of the strategy for these later stage free mod maps for some of these teams here. If you've got some really consistent good players, you want them to be on the most comfortable mod you can possibly put them on. And right now, looking pretty good for Worst HR player. Shark is going to find a break, as well as Karcher and Nope KJK. That is everybody resetting on South Korea except for Worst HR player. But everyone on Germany is now gone. It's just Smarty left.
And now Smarty's gone as well.
Oh my god.
So in the entire lobby, it is now just Worst HR player. Everybody has broken, and Worst HR player, meanwhile, let's just say he has an FC, and ignore past that. And this is going to be South Korea now able to establish a little bit of a lead. They've got basically his full combo worth of combo advantage over the entirety of Germany's performance so far. And you can see why we talk about how difficult this map is. The angles, the reading, the tapping, everything in this is just hard. There's no easy aspect of this map. And it's why you see a lot of players having not the greatest of time. As we get a little bit of a pause. There we go.
There's some internets. We've seen that a few times.
Yeah, but Worst HR player just single-handedly making a 170, 180,000 point lead for South Korea here.
I mean, if you're comfortable on this map, you are 100% going to be the difference maker, because I can guarantee you most players are not going to be comfortable on this pick right here. You do have to wonder if it was an interesting strategy for Germany to go with the over mod on this. They're running the double hard rock. Smarty gonna find another break here. Worst HR player will tragically drop the double S we were trying to not mention for a little while there. Kriller gonna drop on the hard rock, as well as Shark for Germany here. It's just down to White Cat once again. Karcher has built up the hard rock combo. And it's looking to be pretty comfortably in the favor of South Korea, all things considered right now. There is absolutely nobody on Germany that's able to contest whatever is happening on South Korea, especially with that White Cat combo break. There goes Shark again alongside Smarty, and it's just continuous breaks from the German team. And Worst HR player finally misses, but not before putting up 650,000 score.
Yeah, that's a heck of a play. It looks like a little shake and perhaps a little bit of miss-aim on that overlapping stream, but this is just a good team-wide performance. It's what we're seeing. It's what you kind of expect to see in this stage, but it's a team-wide performance of their backing scores, and Worst HR player putting up a ridiculous score on his own. And, I feel with this pick that Germany couldn't ban out everything that they weren't going to be able to perform well on, and this was just kind of on that list. So, thinking about the overmod with Hard Rock, it's just, make this some semblance of comfort for a couple of players. Try to make it a little easier on yourself, but knowing that it's a map that you're not likely to do super well on. Not typically a great reading team, not typically a great low AR team. And so South Korea are going to be able to take advantage of that. They're going to take the 3-2 lead. And they're going to do it on the back of a 734K no mod score from Worst HR player. That is a remarkably good performance.
That is outstanding from worst HR player. Understandably, on the Nomad, you want one of your better players at this skill set and, kind of this approach rating. Pretty comfortable for worst HR player. Karcher putting up almost 600,000 on the Hard Rock. And best score on Germany coming out, Whitecat 453k, 435k from Kriller on the Hard Rock as well. Looking pretty decent, just with a couple more breaks than we saw out of Karcher to lower the maximum combo there. But that is pretty comfortable South Korea point on their own pick. Germany now going to look to respond to that. We have gotten rid of the kind of break point fluke at the beginning of the match there for both teams, 1 in and 1 out. And now Germany going to be looking for their 3rd point on the board to continue contesting South Korea on this finals pool. Again, there's so much left here that both teams can choose from. We have yet to touch the Hard Rock pool. There's still the Nomad Tech map up. There's still plenty of the DT pool, half of that remaining. So we've got a long ways to go in this best of 13 match here. Germany's going to go for DT2. This is kind of the second option we discussed before they picked Nomad 2 in the Germany mechanics roster here. I think, again, that Rising Neox roster going to come out. We saw it last week. We talked about it across multiple maps, and they were the ones to come out here and really run through this DT pool. Now they're going to have to do it again versus South Korea.
Yeah, this is, I think, like you said, this was a pick that we expected out of Germany. Whatever DT maps were left up that were a little bit raw mechanic style were going to be picks for Germany. So this DT2 coming in is really no surprise at all. They have such a strong tapping lineup. We did see them lose that Nomad 2, but this one higher BPM goes up to 230, so 20 BPM higher than the Nomad 2. Very, very difficult patterning in this. I feel, some of the aim components of it a little trickier than some of your DT2s that you'll see. Also, the ending, very, very hard. The very chill diff spike is real. You're going to see Okinamo aimbot cone coming in, I believe, for the first time. Rising Whitecat. And that tapping roster for South Korea. Karcher, Zayson, Parisia, and Nongsa. Let's see how this one goes to them. If they could steal another break point on another tapping focus pick, it would be a pretty remarkable showing. But I think this one maybe favored a little more toward Germany than the Nomad 2 was.
Well, we have yet to see something this fast in this match. Interesting for Germany, they're not going to be running with Neox on this one. It's going to be the substitution in for Okinamo, who we don't normally see on every DT, but we have seen before. So, no stranger to these picks, but it's definitely not the same roster that they were running with last week, and I thought last week's DT roster looked pretty strong. It's going to be Parisia to find the first break here. Everyone on Germany looking pretty comfortable right now. It's a second break from Parisia, and low accuracies on Zayson and Nongsa right now. Aimbot Coleman Okinamo leaves something to be desired, but it's Whitecat and Okinamo to find breaks. It's Zayson to trade out, and Nongsa. And now it's super far in the favor of Germany with just Karcher left up on the FC.
Yeah, that's about, 300 combo and change worth of combo advantage to Germany. 1 FC and, 350 combo on that Parisia recovery. Double FC's got to hold for quite some time. It's a Parisia trade with Whitecat. That's actually worse off for South Korea than it is for Germany because Germany does maintain their double FC, and now there's not much backing combo for Karcher. So you've got Aimbot Cone and Rising kind of just free to fly here as Germany attempts to take this lead out even more. As we get towards the halfway mark, everybody managed to hold except for Parisia through that last little section. It's a tricky little bit. We've seen some people break right before this break in the map. And now it starts over. We go back to square one. The song is going to repeat itself. And we'll see, for Germany's sake, if their lead can repeat itself as well. It would be about a 400,000 point lead, of course, if they can do that, which they would love to see. But there's a break quickly from Aimbot Cone, so that's going to be their advantage dwindling. It's Rising versus Karcher, the 2 FCs left on the board.
Aimbot Cone finding a little bit of a slider break on that quick section right there, but Rising has been the player on Germany to find it. He finds a break. It's Okinamo, though. to hold a combo. Karcher has the FC. Nongsa is matching Okinamo. Zason matching Whitecat. Friesia, aimbot, Cone. It's just the difference. There goes Friesia and Rising.
It was Karchin time until it wasn't. It was so close to Karchin time. Now you've got Okinamo Whitecat matching Nongsa and Zason. It's a tight race, though, coming into this ending. There's places to miss, but as long as Okinamo and Whitecat hold, this should be an okay spot for Germany to be in. They're tied combo-wise, and that's enough to hold on to the lead into the ending slider. And it ends up being about a 200k victory for Germany on their pick. 3-3 goes the score. That one was a little closer than the DT1 was. S ranks out of Whitecat and Nongsa, but Germany comes away with it. And now we are out of tapping maps. But Germany has made the best of a couple of mechanical picks in a row to tie it up at 3-all.
Well, tapping gone, at least for some higher BPM tapping here. Germany maybe going to have to start to look towards the aim pool a little bit now. We talk pretty often about Whitecat being one of the best aim players in the game, kind of still holding up into even after he no longer has the title of #1 player. And that could be a big advantage for Germany, especially going up against players like Karcher and Worst HR Player, who have proven to be extremely proficient across the aim skill set. There is Hidden 1 still up. Hard Rock 1 we have yet to see this weekend as well. It's going to be Hidden 2 for South Korea to start them off. They're going to go in for the Flow Aim Hidden pick here. This is kind of pretty similar in terms of what we saw to something like their opening pick on Hidden 3, funny enough, where there's just these kind of cut patterns on here. A little bit more tech-oriented on this one, a little bit shorter, but cut style, really dense aim hidden is really the patterns that we're looking for on this one. And I think if Worst HR Player has maintained the consistency from the first hidden pick, they'll do very well for themselves on this.
Yeah, Worst HR Player is actually terrifying on maps like this. hidden tech. Of course, worth pointing out that the Hidden 2 this week is not really very similar to your conventional Hidden 2 where it's a low AR reading pick. This one is, like Chili was saying, a flow tech type of map, which means that it's not going to be quite so one-sided as you might expect it to be based on the low AR performance on the free mod. This does give Germany, I think, a better chance at putting up a good performance. But Worst HR Player, Nope, KJK, Karcher, all really good at both tech and hidden tech. So I think South Korea have a scary roster on a map like this. Really, you don't think of Okinamo and Shark as much as tech players. Kriller and Whitecat probably will be fine. But I think as far as a 4-man squad goes, South Korea have probably a better lineup for this map, making it a pretty good pick for them. We'll see if anybody can repeat. I believe it was Malashevsky putting up a near FC on this yesterday. We'll see if somebody can do that here in this match today. Wouldn't surprise me at all if it was a Worst HR Player FC, because that guy has been playing very well so far this match.
He has looked extremely good in this match, but on the side of Germany, you do have the good old classic Kriller-Okinamo combo on a hidden flow aim map, which is pretty scary as well. Okinamo has kind of been revered over the years for his ability to play these hidden maps, and Kriller, being one of the biggest carries on the German team, is also very good at it. It's going to be Worst HR Player and Amamiya Kokoro to find breaks for South Korea right at the starting of this map here. Nope, KJK and Karcher are going to have to hold the fort down against a 4-way FC from Germany out of the start of this map right now. Looking a little bit more comfortable through these sliders and these quick bursts here. Kriller's going to drop his SS, and Nope, KJK drops combo as well as Worst HR Player and Amamiya Kokoro. But Kriller and Shark going to trade it out. Back to the same thing we saw in the DT now, 2 FCs to 1. It's Karcher versus the double FC on Germany.
Okinamo and Whitecat doing their thing, keeping this lead intact for Germany. Karcher has his hands full, trying to maintain any sort of stability for South Korea's score. It's going to need to be a break out of one of those full combos on Germany's side if South Korea wants a chance at a comeback, unless the others just completely fall apart. 100,000 point lead to the side of the Germans. This would be a pretty big break point because this makes some other picks kind of scary going forward. It's all going to come down to how long White Cat Okinawa can hold the double FC against Karcher's FC over on South Korea's side. Not a lot of breaks anywhere else, just Shark having a little bit of trouble with both the accuracy and the combo. But other than that, things staying pretty even. That's the 100k lead, sitting basically still.
I mean, there's really not much South Korea is going to be able to do here. Unfortunately, they've got a little bit of a combo advantage. There goes Okinawa on the back and forth sliders. But Nope KJK and Amamiya Kokoro are going to trade out both of those. But White Cat breaks at the ending. This is Karcher trades, though. It's going to be Curler to hold it down for just a little bit longer. It's going to go back over, though, with the worst HR player and Amamiya Kokoro combo.
Oh, this is going to be so close. Wait, Amamiya Kokoro has 800. Where did that 800 combo come? He got banchoed, and then he broke again?
I think they have it. South Korea has it.
I think South Korea is going to... I don't actually know what happened there at the ending. There was that... I swear to God, Amamiya Kokoro did not have that combo when I looked before.
Oh, I don't know. I wasn't even looking at that point. My eyes were on Karcher that entire time.
But it's a 20,000 point win for South Korea nonetheless. We love our sliders and our buzz sliders in the tournament client here. That was about as close as it could get. Unfortunately, Germany just didn't have a second combo at the very, very end. And really, it comes down, as much as it pains me to say it comes down to Shark just having a bad time. 428k, lowest score in the lobby by almost 80,000 points, and they lose by 20k. I mean, you know, it's spelled out kind of in black and white for you right there. Germany were that close to a break point that would have been really big, putting them up 4-3 with their own pick to come. But instead, it's South Korea taking that very same 4-3 lead, and Germany still playing from behind with that second pick.
Yeah, you gotta feel bad for Shark. You know, has played the Hidden 3, has now played the Hidden 2. Shark is not really a hidden player in my mind. But, you know, unfortunately, I think sometimes you just don't have the fourth that you really think that you have or that you need on these hidden picks. And Shark has kind of been forced to come in for both of these now. Has bottom scored both hiddens. Has done a good job of trying to keep up. Came pretty close to Nope KJK on that one and wasn't too far behind on the Hidden 3. But, you know, it is kind of the difference between, you know, some of these picks here is being able to put up a slightly stronger 4-player roster compared to the other team. And, you know, like we saw, you know, just even evidenced at that last Hidden 2, Nope KJK, just a little bit stronger to give that fourth. And here's Germany going in for the aim that we mentioned. We talked about them kind of running through the higher BPM tapping picks. They're now going to go into some big aim on the Barking Mad Dog here. 210 BPM. They're still trying to keep it high on there, but this is a completely new area of the pool that we haven't really had a glimpse of outside of the DT1, and that sits at AR 10.3, which I would argue is a very different skill set from a Nomad 1, which has slightly bigger jumps by you know, starting to space things out a little bit more, little bit lower BPM on the 210, and then there's Barking Mad Dog styled stuff, which is just constant vertical jumps and big points of difficulty.
Are there any mouse players in this lobby? Because BMD maps on mouse are like actually doomed, from according to basically every mouse player I've talked to in tournaments. His patterning is relentless aim in a way that very few other Nomad 1 mappers have really embraced. This is a very, very tough Nomad 1 to take. It looks good, I think, based on the DT1 result, though. Germany's aim looked very, very good. South Korea's aim looked a little less stable. But the question is, you know, you mentioned that one being AR 10.3 and 230 or 230 BPM. Yeah, 260 BPM. Excuse me, and 260 BPM. Versus this one that's, you know, AR 9.8 and 210 BPM. It's lower BPM, but the spacing of the jumps is bigger, so it kind of transitioned that skill set a little over. We'll see how it goes. You've got Okinawa and Neox. Are those not like Nomad 2 DT2 players now in for Nomad 1. Interesting.
Okinamo just missed the first note of the map.
That might have just been the Defiant, though. I'm not gonna.
I'm looking at Knack drop too, man. I don't know.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, all right.
Neok's
Okinamo not paying attention.
well. What's Germany's roster for this? I don't understand. I mean, Kriller Whitecat, fine. But, like, I don't really know that I understand the rest of their roster for this. Meanwhile, Korea's got their normal squad, right? Worst HR player Karcher, and they're joined by Parisia and Allegrissimo. This German roster makes no sense to me for an AIM map, not gonna lie.
I'm okay with this just because I think Neox is a DT AIM player. And I think that, while Okinamo might not be the typical Nomad 1 player you think of, Okinamo does have more OWC experience than anybody in this lobby right now. And I wonder if that kind of comfortable spot from being so seasoned in OWC matches will help his consistency, because he's just not going to get nervous like some players will. So maybe that's what they're counting on right now, is that kind of like veteran tier experience on a really good player like Okinamo. But it's 3 breaks out of South Korea at the beginning of the Nomad 1 right now.
Yeah, worst HR player holding down the fort as best he can, but Okinamo, Whitecat, Kriller, and even Neox. I mean, he broke right at the beginning of the first 30 combo and has been holding ever since. So obviously Germany knows their roster a lot better than I do, and that's why they have this squad in, and that's why they're performing as well as they are. There is the break to come out from Okinamo, but it's not the end of the world. Karcher had broken only about 100 combo before, and Germany's going to continue to hold on to a comfy near 200k lead. Veteran performance from Okinamo, well, we'll see how it pans out the rest of the way. He's the only player to have a real big miss, but Whitecat, the AIM player of all AIM players, and then Kriller and Neox looking pretty good for themselves as well.
Yeah, everyone's hitting that 1/3 there. Nobody's going to get caught out on that pattern. Everyone hitting the square afterwards as well. We've got another set of big jumps coming up right after this little refrain right here. After these... And there we go, making it through the first set of them. We'll get into this next Ki. Some good accuracy all around for the players remaining. The big thing, and there goes Whitecat for Germany. Worst HR players combo is going to start to become a little more effective when backed up by Parisia, close to FCing now. Okinamo's matching Karcher best he can right now. It's enough to keep Germany in the lead. It's going to slow the score gain back down. But Allegrissimo and Neox trade misses.
That's still okay for South Korea trying to bring this score back. It's not the end of the world. It's Kriller and Okinamo on an FC and a 550 combo against worst HR player on an FC, but Parisia and Karcher both with a near 1,000 and a 700 combo. It's only... Now that's less than 200k coming into the last quarter of the map. If all 3 of those members of South Korea can hold on, they can't. It's Parisia to break before the big stream. And that might snuff out their hopes of a comeback victory on this pick unless we see breaks from Germany very soon.
Oh, it's Kriller and worst HR player. It's down to these 2. There's enough time left. It's 800k. Kriller breaks! Worst HR player can bring this back. He has more than enough potential score.
And it's not just him, but also look at Karcher, 900 plus combo. You cannot ignore that because he's matching Okinamo, which basically makes worst HR players score free. It's an FC and it's free, and he's still got 100k left. It's breaks from Parisia and Allegrissimo, but that's not the players that Germany needs to see breaks from in South Korea. This is going to go over at the hands of worst HR player and Karcher. The aim pick backfiring on Germany. The lead goes over into the end. The FC from worst HR player, the huge combo from Karcher. And South Korea take the break point on the Nomad 1. It is now 5-3. They are 2 points away from a victory on a surprising comeback upset win on the Nomad 1 pick.
14,000 score difference between these teams, and it was all on the FC from worst HR player there. Everyone else was pretty much dead even on both of these teams here. Karcher, Allegrissimo, and Parisia all pretty much matching up evenly with Okinamo, Neox, and Whitecat. It's the difference between worst HR player being able to hold on into the ending and the absolutely tragic miss from Kriller. 2x100 into the ending of that map, absolutely smashing the accuracy of every single player on the entire lobby. I guess with the exceptions of Neox and Karcher, who came within 1 and 2 100s of him, but still, that one miss, the only barrier between Germany and South Korea right there. So that's a break point again for South Korea here. They're going to get a chance to try and consolidate it again. They didn't have an opportunity to do it last time. They're going to take a timeout before they go into this next pick. Kind of a smart position if you're South Korea. This is, not just any break point that they can consolidate here. This is a consolidated break point that could get them match point. So we're looking for a pretty big scenario here for South Korea. Potential enough to force Germany to have to win 3 consecutive picks afterwards.
Yeah, this is a very important pick coming up. Lots riding on the line. Makes sense that South Korea would want to use that timeout now. They have now won a tapping pick and an aim pick. 2 basically just straight up raw mechanics maps against a Germany team that people talk about nonstop as being this mechanical force. South Korea is showing today their depth of skill is a seemingly never-ending well that they can draw from. When you have players like Worst HR player and Karcher that are putting up the performances they are, it is a remarkable thing because it gives you so much freedom with your picks and so much ability to take break points on anything. It puts so much pressure on your opponents. Germany picking into the Nomad 2 and losing it, Germany picking into the Nomad 1 and losing it. Like, those are points you would expect Germany to win 99% of the time, but South Korea just coming out and performing better on them. So the big question here after their timeout is what map it's going to be that they pick to try to get them to this match point. All 3 Hard Rocks still up, the Hidden 1 up, Fremont 1 up. Like, the options are interesting to say the least.
They're thin options too. Because all things considered, you mentioned, a lot of these picks going the way of South Korea is, picks that Germany would, again, win 99% of the time. And I think that's something interesting to note on the side of South Korea, too, is that both of these previous 2 picks that they have won have been by margins of 20,000 points or less across a 4-player roster. So, yes, you expect Germany to win 99% of the time, but these are also like 1% scenarios for South Korea to win these picks by that margin there. So, if you really look at it the other way, this could be completely different. Germany could be the ones that were up, 5-3 right now, and this would be a completely different match. So I think going into something like this Hard Rock 3 right now, the untouched Hard Rock pool so far, we're looking for a completely new area of this pool that South Korea is now going to see if they can possibly make it out of. And this German roster is, they will not shy away from a Hard Rock pick, especially a really high-intensity alt-styled snap pick like this one. This is one of the most difficult maps in the Hard Rock pool. And I don't know if there's much contention with that for here. So, we're looking for Germany to potentially get their break point now rather than later. And I think that's what they're hoping for as well. South Korea getting match point here would be a kind of do or die situation for Germany at that point.
Yeah, the pressure is kind of all in Germany now. The break point to go up 5-3 is such a huge spot to be in since it puts you 1 point away from a match point. This is an interesting sort of pick because it doesn't really, it's something that doesn't really fit with what we've seen so far. I mean, you could, I guess, make the argument that it has some flow components similar to something like the Hidden 2 or the Hidden 3, but there's a lot of rhythm and a lot of quick snap aim in this one that isn't present in a lot of the other picks in this pool. It's a larger circle size Hard Rock as well, which is something unusual. You typically don't see Hard Rock picks under CS5. This one is, 3.9 or something like that. So what it takes away from the precision aspect of Hard Rock, it definitely throws back at you in putting accuracy at a premium, putting rhythm sense at a premium. And that's something that South Korea has been very good at. You saw their performance on Fremod 4 last week, I believe top in the entire tournament. clearly a team that's very good at tapping in the finger control and rhythm sense. In addition to, they won a Nomad too. They're good at the stamina aspect of it as well. So this is what they're going to say is their best option to try to force a tiebreaker in the worst case scenario. It forces a match point if they win it. And Germany, like you said, they'd have to win 3 points in a row from there just to force TB. So South Korea putting all the pressure on Germany, and they've looked good in situations like this so far. They did drop that one break point early on, but other than that, their picks have looked very strong.
We've got a couple early breaks here coming out of the Hard Rock. This map doesn't pull any punches. It gets started right away here. Worst HR player, Aimbot Cone, going to trade out misses, as well as Zason and Rising at the beginning here. It's going to be down to these combos on the side of Kriller, Whitecat, Karcher, Amamiya, Kokoro. Sitting a slightly lower accuracy for the FCing pair on the side of South Korea right now, but they are going to keep the advantage on that break from Aimbot Cone. The score was just barely in their favor, but there goes Zason. So regardless of what breaks we've seen out of Germany so far, South Korea has traded them out. South Korea really, really wants to win this pick. It's Rising to find a break as well. Germany, they're breaking just a little bit more often than South Korea. It's going to give about 100,000 score lead. This map is not long. Worst HR player breaks. Aimbot Cone drops 2. It's still the FCs remaining on Germany and South Korea, though. It's down to these two FCs, whoever breaks first.
It's the carry players for Germany, Whitecat and Kriller, the ones you expect and need to come through in the clutch against Karcher, who has been the captain, the leader of South Korea, but Amamiya Kokoro will break, and that gives Germany the opportunity they needed because Whitecat and Kriller are still holding on. That lead is going to go back over to the Germany side. There go Amamiya Kokoro and Zason again. Aimbot Cone and Rising are able to build up a bit of combo, but Whitecat falls, as do the other two, and now it is Kriller against Karcher, but the backing combo now is on the side of South Korea. It's worst HR player to back up Karcher to try to hold on to this lead. It's only a couple thousand points, but it might just be enough.
It's going to be enough. The accuracy on Kriller is not going to be able to do enough against the good combo from worst HR player, and there's no backing score for Kriller. There's no way we're going to see two FCs on this map. Wow. Karcher and Kriller with two absolutely exceptional FCs. Whitecat kind of doing more damage on that accuracy than anything. It was the second highest combo in the entire lobby, but was only 24,000 points above worst HR player, despite having 300 more combo because of 92% AC. And unironically, that could have been the difference between Germany winning and losing that. That's 124,000 score easily.
Yeah.
And then, wow.
That AC is tragic from Whitecat. You're right. That, I don't know if it would have been enough to just win straight up, but it would have been enough to make that incredibly close at the very least. That much accuracy is a lot of score. His
goes to show how hard that map is.
His combo's 300 shy of the FC.
Yeah.
Boy, that would have been tight. Just 3% better accuracy. Hard to say.
In case you were wondering if that map is hard,
Yeah.
Whitecat has just shown you just how hard that map is. Kriller and Karcher are not normal, by the way.
Yeah, double FC on that is absolutely wild.
Yeah.
And now, South Korea, after being down 5-2 and having to come back and win on tiebreaker against Canada, after being down 5-3 and having to come back and win on tiebreaker against the United States, now they've flipped the script. It's 6-3 match points to them. They're only getting better as this tournament goes on. And now they put Germany up against the wall. They have to win 3 points in a row just to force a tiebreaker. And that also will mean winning a break point in addition to 2 of their own picks. As the pool gets smaller and smaller, it's going to be the Hard Rock 2. Germany is going to say, this is our best shot to at least claw back one of these match points. It's the precision. It's got a lot of aim. It's got a lot of streams. Germany has historically been very good at these CS 6.5 Hard Rock maps. But the pressure has never been higher as Germany once again faces elimination in winner's bracket final. Down to the losers.
I really don't know what to think right now for this match. I think we are in for an absolute ride on these next 3 picks. If Germany is somehow able to pull this off, I think we could consider it one of the most impressive performances we have seen in this tournament to date. Winning 3 points in a row against this South Korea team is an absolutely seemingly insurmountable feat for almost every team in this tournament with how well South Korea has been playing. And Germany, they are your reigning second place 2 years in a row. South Korea, third place from last year. Germany have a lot to prove right now on this Hard Rock 2 to keep themselves in this. They've also got to go against South Korea on tiebreaker, and if you've looked at the US and Canada, you know that you don't want to touch tiebreaker against this South Korean team. But again, a long ways to go for Germany before we can hit that point. They went immediately back into a Hard Rock Precision pick after just barely losing the Hard Rock 3. First HR player going to find a bit of a misaim at the beginning here, but don't expect that to mean too much. This map has given the best players in this game extreme amounts of trouble just because of how easy it is to miss something on this. The spacing is crazy at this low BPM.
Yeah, this is like a slightly low BPM hidden 1 by Lucent translated into the Hard Rock pool. Early breaks come out from Smarty and Whitecat. That's not the way you want to start this off if you're Germany. Your own pick to try to stay in the winner's side of the grand finals after this. Perhaps falling away. It's going to be South Korea taking the early lead. It's only about 50,000 points, but as we've seen from this match, 50,000 points can be all that it takes. You've got Karcher, Zace, and Allegrisimo on the FCs. You've got worst HR player on a solid combo. There goes Smarty and Whitecat again. Germany just not having the day that they needed. Kriller and Shark are going to do everything they can, but there goes Shark.
Oh, no, that might be it.
God.
Oh my god, that might... Oh,
wait,
hold on.
okay. Worst
Hold
HR
on.
player and Zason fall.
It's 200,000 almost.
It's 200k, but it's 2 FCs to 1. Karcher and Allegrisimo need to continue to hold. Kriller doing everything he can. He's been the light in the darkness for this Germany team in this match. But it's too tough a task for one player. He needs help from his team. He needs help from the opposition.
Man, there is really nothing supporting
there he
Kriller, and
goes.
it doesn't matter anymore because it's Karcher and Allegrisimo. And it's halfway through the map, which means Kriller's score is max capped. Allegrisimo breaks, but it's Karcher again for South Korea. Map in and map out. And that might just be the end of this.
I don't know how you're supposed to choose an MVP of this year's OWC when you have Karcher doing things like this in finals after what we saw from Malashevsky in finals yesterday. Finally a break from Karcher, but Kriller trades it, and that, as if there was any hope left for Germany, they just triple broke, and that is really going to seal their fate. There's a 4-way reset for Germany. There's not the time left. There is not the score left. This one is signed, sealed, and delivered. It was a short runway in the first place for Germany coming into this 6-3 down, and they're going to run out of room. They're not going to be able to take off. They're going to crash. It's going to be South Korea saying, we are the top team in this winner's bracket. They're going to win this. It's going to be 7-3, and they're going to go to their first winner's bracket final, from the winner's side in almost 10 years.
Oh
South
my
Korea,
gosh.
it's been so long coming, but they're the dominant force, and they're going to be the final boss of the tournament in the grand finals from winner's side by a 7-3 score over Germany.
What a fitting way to end it, too. South Korea versus Germany on the Lucian Mordred collab map to finish the match off. South Korea 7-3, bringing it home in the ending. What more can you ask for in a performance from a team when South Korea just looks this good across these matches? The roster is so comprehensive, and Germany, a team who has put up multiple top performances in this tournament, has now been pushed back down to the losers bracket and will have to face off against the winner of the United States versus Poland. South Korea has guaranteed them a placement one higher than last year. They are now guaranteed top 2 across all 5 World Cups this year now.
Nah, man. And it's with a roster. Yes, they have Karcher and Worst HR player, the guys, they're them. But you've got Parisia, Alagrismo, Amamiya Kokoro, Nongsan, Zayson, and Nope KJK. The other 6 members of this team have found a way to come in on maps time and time again and just put up scores. You might not be familiar with them if you follow just the casual community tournament scene because they're not some of the big names, but they're showing why they might become some of those big names in matches like this where they're coming in, filling in for whatever map they need to come in for putting up 400, 500, 600k, whatever they need. It's always enough. South Korea just has this seemingly mystical ability to put in any roster and have them get ridiculous scores. That's just how good all of their players are.
Well, what more can you ask for from South Korea? They have done it. They have beaten the odds multiple times now in this tournament. They had a rocking start through their first 2 matches with 5-0 victories. They went immediately into double tiebreaker against Canada and the US, who many people thought were 2 of the strongest teams in this tournament this year, and South Korea shut them both down. And they just did the exact same thing to Germany. They are now out for blood in the grand finals weekend. With that guaranteed spot, they'll have to face, and now get this isn't something that you hear too often, they'll have to face off against one of the top 3 seeded teams in this tournament. Just one. That's it. There is 3 of the top 3 left. 1, 2, and 3. And they are all in the losers bracket, and South Korea has beaten them so far.
Yeah, this is probably the most ridiculous performance we've ever seen from a single team. They've beaten the number 4 seed, the number 1 seed, and the number 3 seed in back-to-back matches, and they've only looked stronger as time has gone on over those, which is as scary to think about as the fact of them winning in and of itself. I mean, they keep getting better. I don't know we'll have to see what the grand finals pool ends up looking like to see what teams can challenge them on, because right now South Korea looks like not only the best at the top end, they have this skill cap, but their skill floor is incredible. And so it's going to be a very, very tough task for anyone to try to take them down. We're going to find out later on which 2 teams will be vying for that final spot in grand finals week. Poland versus United States. The winner of that will go onward to face Germany in the losers bracket final. And that's a match that feels more unpredictable than we've ever seen it before. Take us back to 2017. Poland, the last team to actually eliminate the United States from a World Cup. See if they can do that again. But South Korea, man, I don't know what more you can say about this team. This feels like a destined roster this year with the victories and the performances they've put up.
There is no question in my mind that whoever makes it to the grand finals weekend and faces off against the South Korea roster will have to put up the best performance of their careers. This South Korea roster, they are consistent, they are calm, they are so graceful in everything they do in this tournament. And they've got one more week ahead of them. 1 or 2 matches yet to be seen. But we've got one more match for this weekend. It's Poland versus the United States. They'll be facing off at 19 UTC today. It's in about 4 hours from now. Or 3 hours from now, I guess, technically. And
3 hours and
40
minutes.
3:45. Yeah, exactly. And that's going to be our final match of the weekend, but that will determine who faces off against Germany. Will we get a brand new top 3 this year for all placements? if Poland wins, or will we get the Germany-USA rematch for the third year in a row, but in the losers bracket this time around? That'll be yet to that's yet to be seen, and I think we'll all be anticipating that over the next few hours. I know I will.
Poland, United States is a match that you will not want to miss. It's going to be a very exciting one, so make sure that you come back here. 19 UTC, that's 2 p.m. Eastern Time, United States, 11 a.m. Pacific, all those sorts of things. You won't want to miss out. But for now, congratulations to Korea. South Korea guarantees themselves a top 2 finish this year. Takes them back to 2019 where they got second place. We'll see if they can come out on the other side and maybe get their first World Cup standard victory in quite some time. They'll find out. Another team that they might have a chance of facing next week in a little while. Thank you guys for watching. I've been T1G. He's been Chillier Pair. We'll see you guys 19 UTC for the last match of the weekend. Until then, enjoy your afternoon, and we'll see you on the other side.
It is time. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Osworld Cup 2022, the final, losers' final matchup. And it's between two teams that I think everyone never really expected to see in the losers bracket, especially one team in particular, that being the reigning champions, the United States. Seed 2 in Poland and Seed 1 in the United States coming out of qualifiers, and a rematch from OWC 2017. These teams have not faced since then. I'm Fiery Rage, joined here by Dada. How's it going, Dada?
Hey, a lot of people weren't even here for that matchup, and that was the last time the US didn't win an OSA World Cup, so it's exciting. It's a very, very historic matchup, and we'll see if Poland has what it takes to dethrone the US and knock them out even before top 3.
There's a lot riding on this matchup, actually. Poland not having a top 3 appearance since their run in 2017. The United States, on the other hand, only have placed top 3 since 2015. They have won 7 out of the 8, I believe, or 6 out of the 7 Osworld Cups since 2015. And this would be the first time that they don't get top 3 if Poland potentially wins this. That would be... it would be game-changing, basically. I don't think anyone really expected this to actually be a matchup that could happen in the Osworld Cup in general.
Okay, so these teams are both very quickly heading into bans, not wasting any time. So it looks like Poland's going to ban the speed, which is on Firmachu, not very surprising. Meanwhile, the United States are going to ban both aim maps that are like very big aim, like full screen aim.
Nomad
in
1.
Hidden 1 in Nomad 1, yeah.
Yeah, Nomad 1, generic aim for the most part, a couple streams here and there. Hidden 1, a bit more awkward, but still very much focused on the aim aspect. Speed bans from Poland, kind of obvious. The United States have just been on a complete tear throughout the entire double time pool, so it's not too surprising to see them double ban into speed. Free mod 2, unfortunately, we didn't see that played in any of the other matches this week, and since it's banned now, we're not going to be seeing it.
That's a shame.
Kind of sucks, because it is a custom song, but hey, what can you do, you know?
It's sad because we know that it's a tactical ban. We know that the map itself is fine. Like, people enjoy playing the map, but people just don't want to play speed against certain teams, and what can you do?
You know, which, though, a map that hasn't been picked is going to be picked. Nomad 5, the first time this has been picked in the finals weekend.
Nomad 5, the reading gimmicky Nomad. First time we've seen it this weekend, but if you haven't seen the show match at least, but very, very long pick with a lower AR and some gimmicky patterns, some very misleading spacings between patterns that might catch someone off guard, but I believe everyone in this lobby has practiced enough to, or that isn't a problem.
I'm fully aware that the United States have definitely practiced this map enough. This was in the OWC tryouts pool this year for the United States as a hidden pick, nonetheless. With Nomad, slightly easier on the reading aspect. You don't have to memorize too much in comparison to playing this with hidden. So the United States should be more than comfortable on this map. Obviously, Poland also fairly comfortable on this if they're picking into it first. Like
I know Poland. Poland will know this. Poland knows the US trial pool. It's an open secret. Basically, everyone kind of knows it. But they must think that they have probably Bartek, Mishny, and Malashevsky all very confident on that lower AR. Meanwhile, US will be going with a relatively familiar lineup, and then one of their lesser known players, or maybe lesser experienced players in Bashiman, completing the roster.
Yeah, this is Bashi's skill set, so it's not too surprising to see him come in for us. Bashi was quite literally put on the team for the low AR specialty, as well as his precision prowess. It's not surprising to see him in for this at all. Get into the map here. No one tripped up on the first few patterns, so it's safe to say that people did practice this. Good job. Early miss from Bashiman.
Early miss from Bashiman, but a couple of attack hiccups from Mishni and Mustache. Is going to kick the lead in the US's favor very early on. Only now has shifted.
The early miss from Bashi is not going to really affect things too much. 60 combo difference. The accuracy is what's doing most of the favors on the side of the United States for now. We'll shift over to Poland gradually as the map progresses. No other misses so far as we get into the first chorus. There goes Bashi and Takedo on the first chorus pattern right before. No trades from the side of Poland, looking very confident on their first pick here.
Scary showing for Poland this far, but Mustache will find a miss. So not fully equalizing, but making the situation a bit less scary for the US. True FC is still on FancyLad and Utami, both the very, very good players from the US. Anchors for most of the skill sets in the pool. Meanwhile, Bartek, Malashevsky, and Mishny all holding. Those three players we talked about, very, very skilled at lower AR hidden. Takedo will be finding another break.
It's not going to be too disastrous for the United States team, as that is one of the combos that already broke, but we need to see a trade from Poland real soon for the score lead to not get too out of hand here. 100K just about and growing, and there has not been a single miss on the side of the Polish since Mustache. We get into the halfway point of the map, and Fancy just misses on linear aim right at that is actually probably the worst place to miss, directly halfway through the map. You're hard capped at 600K now for Fancy. And no one trades that on the side of Poland. 3 FCs to only 1 on the side of Utami. Now, as we get into the solo section, probably one of the hardest sections of the map, we'll see if these FCs can hold through it. It's one third pattern in particular. See if anyone can hold through it. Alshevsky finds a miss. Bartek and Michny do not, though. And Michny going to be finding a break on the solo there, but
it's still 1 FC to 1.
Yeah, not going to be a disaster for Poland. 1 FC on the side of Bartek, matching Utami right now. Bashi with a slightly higher combo than Mustache. It's going to be giving a slight lead to the United States, but Bartek breaking just makes that a huge lead now as Utami, the only remaining combo, just going to have to claw this back for the United States team now. As we get into the hardest section. Can Utami hold through this hard section? Everyone except Fancy on the United States team actually holding through that part, and this is it's looking to be a United States point at the very end here, just off these combos from Bashi and Utami at the very end. Still potential for misses at the end here, and Shane misses that could completely destroy everybody, but it doesn't seem like it is going to happen. Break point for the United States. Utami, beast performance alongside Bashi on that map.
Well, unfortunate breaks there from Poland. Both Malashevsky and Bartek finding a very, very unfortunate break. Malashevsky only having that 1 miss. Bartek finding a break on possibly the worst spot he could have, knowing the situation. But gotta give credit to the US. Utami with a phenomenal play with that FC. Meanwhile, Bashiman with just essentially a reverse stroke. Also, very, very good play of his own. So it's an early break point here from the US.
I imagine DT4 is probably going to be the next pick, either that or DT2 here from the United States.
Yeah, DT4, they both played it in both their matches, I believe, and the US had double FCs on FancyLad and Utami, I believe.
Yep, there it is.
Meanwhile, Poland had one 800k score from Malashevsky, and then the rest around 500k, I believe. So the US having their scores to look back on, and comparing their scores, it looks a lot better of a situation for the US to pick DT4 here.
Yeah, the United States have been known pretty much throughout the entire tournament as a very strong double-time team. I don't think they've actually lost a DT pick, but I could be wrong on that. They might have lost early stage double-time picks. They have been pretty much consistent at getting very strong scores across all double-time maps. I don't think they've dropped a single score below 3 million on any of these. Team is just ridiculously consistent at these sort of maps.
It's a high variance map fight. I think that even if the US has a much better score previously, I think that this is still like somewhat contested. Anyone could pop off and anyone could miss some patterns that will cap their score at like 700, 600k.
There's a lot of potential for slider breaks in this map in particular, actually. A lot of slider aim in this map is pretty uncomfortable, all things considered. Tapping, not so much. Couple that with the fact that this is 10.3 and you have a bit of a potential reading gap, not really as pronounced as it might have been a couple of years ago, granted, as pretty much everyone can read 10.3 now. Somehow.
It's finals weekend anyway. If they couldn't, they better.
Let's see what happens. Ypan coming in for the Polish side, and we have Rectigon and Sawada in the United States side. Pretty short map, not even 2 minutes in length on this one. So early misses in potential parts like this are going to matter quite a bit. Rectigon dropping the second miss, Ypan with a pretty much immediately as the song started miss. Not going to really matter too much. Poland grabs the early combo advantage. Get into the first chorus here.
Buddy going strong through the first pass. Bartek finding a miss. So roughly equalize. Everyone else kind of keeping combo, but Rectigon finding another break into Utami.
Yeah, Utami and Rectigon trading. Actually, not trading. Rectigon trading Bartek. Utami unanswered break. Bartek is going to continue to miss. Michny misses as well. Combo advantage is pretty much identical now as we get into the last third of the map. We'll see what happens with these high combos. If any of the FCs break at this point, gives the other team a very solid advantage here going into the last quarter of the map.
The lead does seem to be shifting over to the US.
And there's a slight combo advantage on the side of the US. Sawada and Ypan trade breaks. It is Malashevsky and Fancy holding on to the FCs, but Rectigon with the supporting combo might just barely be enough to get the lead back, and it will be just barely enough.
Oh, but Sawada missed it!
Break at the end. Oh my god! That break at the end just lost them 10k score and the point, just like that.
Ladies and gentlemen, Malashevsky Fancy Lad did not budge on that map, but just some very unfortunate late breaks from Sawada and Rectigon will give the breakpoint right back to Poland.
That is the worst way to lose a point. It looked so good for the United States, and then it's just gone. Just like that.
Early drama, Fiery.
It is traded breakpoints, though.
It's traded breakpoints, but you gotta consider, you know, we saw that US had just a phenomenal run on this, and if they had gotten that run again, they would have won. And Poland improving their run by a lot. Ypan being a very key component that Malashevsky also correcting his miss, essentially, and getting that FC. Very phenomenal accuracy from him. But
Poland in general
Yeah.
performed really well on that, above expectations compared to what the United States was expecting them to perform on that, I think. So it's not going to be a disaster for the United States. We'll shake it off. They have a break point that they got on Nomad 5, so it's not going to be the end of the world. They're not down 2-0. Poland to follow up with the next pick.
For the Polish team, you gotta be very happy. You gotta be very happy that you had probably resigned yourself to losing all of the remaining DT picks, and you get that break point, you get one of those DT picks right back. You gotta be very happy with that, and you gotta build on that momentum.
Nomad at 3 coming out for Poland. Poland have been looking very strong in general on these Nomads. They've picked into it, I think, every single time against Canada. They picked into all of them except Nomad 5, I believe. Maybe Nomad 2. I'm not too sure if they picked Nomad 2, but they have
Nomad
done
5
very,
wasn't picked.
very
Nomad
good.
2 wasn't picked either.
Yeah, okay. They have done very good on the 3 Nomads that were picked into them versus Canada, however. Malashevsky headlining Nomad 3 and Nomad 4 in particular. See if he can replicate that performance. He's looking on fire tonight.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think we've seen a single FC on this map thus far. We've seen it pretty much every map. Pretty much every match. Sorry.
This has been in 2 matches, I believe. It was South Korea, Germany, and Poland, Canada. Those are the only 2 matches that have played this so far, and no one has FC'd. Highest score is 670,000 from Malashevsky on this. This map is very hard, so I'm not going to be too surprised if we don't see an FC on this, all things considered. The ending of this map kind of just goes.
We've seen Malashevsky FC the ending. I believe he had an unfortunate break with the first guy, but the ending he did FC on that match versus Canada. So let's see if he can correct that miss at the start, or if someone else is going to step up and try and take that crown from him. Some Decatan.
Decatan, known for being the mostly filled generic player on the United States, can definitely play maps like this, though. More than comfortable on this sort of thing. Now it's coming in for Poland. And I think that's going to be it as we get into the third map. The alt-oriented Nomad map.
Pause for effect.
I know, just give it a bit. Nothing really much to say in the beginning here. First couple seconds of this map. Nothing difficult at all. It's when the violin starts kicking in.
Any misses you see here are completely based on nerfs.
It'd be hard pressed to find misses here, even with nerves as a factor. And now the map starts. So far, so good for all players right now. Just a slight accuracy advantage on the side of Poland. Everyone holding through that first hard part. It's not over by any means. Pretty much miss on anything in this map, honestly, except for one of the slow parts in the middle.
It's a lengthy map. Even misses right here don't matter that much.
Well, it doesn't see. Oh, Fancy almost missing on the slow slider there. Barely managed to recover that, though. So not going to be a combo break for the United States as we get into the first chorus here. And still, nobody missing. Rectagon finally dropping the first miss. Not answered by anyone on Poland for now. Bartek will finally trade in response to that, but Fancy trades as well. And that's a Decatin as well with a miss at the very tail end of the chorus. It's just Utami on the side of the United States up against 3 FCs, Malashevsky, Michny, and Naus holding on strong through the first chorus. And this lead is growing tremendously already. 200k and just gonna keep on growing.
This is the scary part. This is the scary part for a map like this. If you miss on the first hard part, there's a lot of combo that's, you know, it's not free, but it's a lot easier. And if they have the FCs, they're gonna build up such a big lead that even if you FC the last little hard part, if you're the only guy with combo, it's a hard ask to claw back that lead.
No one getting tripped up by the 1-6 pattern there. So the combos have equalized. Slow part here. Don't imagine we're going to be seeing misses on this. But 300k in the lead for Poland. They're going to have to pretty much entirely collapse on the last half of this map, or last fourth. If even one of them holds through it, it'll probably be enough for them to secure this point.
Here we go.
It's also assuming that Utami holds. Have to keep that in mind. Michny is the first FC to break. 400k to recover. No one on the side of the United States breaks in response to Michny, so if one of these other FCs on the side of Poland break, this could get very dicey. It's just not seeming like it's gonna happen. Naus and Malashevsky are just determined to get this point. I think they might have just secured it. Rectigon with a miss. Not going to be the end of the world. Malashevsky finally drops a miss at the very end here. Now still holding on to the FC though. And Utami breaking the FC, that's going to be it. Naus, oh my god, he almost hit the ending, missing at the very end of that pattern.
You know,
but it's going to be enough.
Fancy Lad hit the ending, but it doesn't matter. He had a similar play to Malashevsky last time around. Missing at the start, so capping their score by almost 400k. And that's the deciding thing here in this map. Poland winning by almost 230k and securing themselves their first confirmed pick of the match.
United States gets to follow up with their next pick. I don't imagine they're going to be taking the DT4 loss on the chin too much. I imagine DT2 is probably still going to be in the contention for them to pick into here.
For sure. It's the speediest map left. And yeah, if you don't want to pick Hard Rock 1 or maybe Hard Rock 3, it's the only thing you really have in the sense of tapping. But yeah, can I just say one thing?
Sure.
We had last map, we had Malashevsky, obviously. All eyes on him. His alien-like consistency, his just, like, never-before-seen kind of, like, skill level. But Naus stepping up, having, the top score for Poland there, and comboing until the very, very end pattern. In the,
I believe that was a 500,000 improvement from Naus on that as well.
Absolutely phenomenal improvement from him. Ooh. US is going to be deviating from that speed plan. They're going to be going with Reunion instead.
I mean, I could see this working out. Utami did FC this in their matchup against Romania. And they didn't get bad scores on this by any means. Poland also played this, and they did beat Poland's average score by 400k. But the rest of the team outside of Utami did not really do necessarily the best on this map. So if Utami doesn't find that FC, this could get very dicey for the United States.
It's that sort of map, right? You have a big wall in the map, which is the solo section. To get through that section, you need to be the guy. You need to have that dog in you, essentially.
You need to be the guy.
We've seen Malashevsky get through that section and miss on aim afterwards, and we've seen Utami FC the map entirely. So I'm assuming that's who we're waiting on to get into the lobby, but
Yeah, Utami is going to be the last player. Rosters are the same for both teams. Malashevsky, Mustache, Rafis, and Michny in. Same team that got 2.07 million. And Utami, Bashi, Rectagon, Decatan, same team that got almost 2.5 million. See if they can replicate or improve those scores.
we're saying hello to Rafis here. It's his first map in the match here. Not playing DT4. I believe he might have played DT4 last time, but I'm not sure. But this time around he did not. So, hi Rafis, welcome to OWC. It's probably been the most experienced player in Poland outside of Wobblewolf, who's not playing this year for a couple reasons.
He's an old man. Let the man retire in peace. Yeah. Kind of stream-oriented precision pick, all things considered. But there's a lot of awkward aim aspects to this as well. Pretty much, you can miss on pretty much anything throughout this entire map. There's not really an easy part of the map where you can consistently build up a high combo on.
Absolutely. We've seen a lot of people miss on aim at the start, and then we've seen those chain misses at the solo. Meanwhile, Michny find a couple of them early on. Everybody on the US holding strong still, so 4 to 3 very early on. Bashiman will trade that break, however.
A little aim-oriented section here. Bashi going to be struggling to find some aim consistency throughout this part. Going to be giving the advantage to Poland for now, but still 2/3 of the map remaining. Everyone hitting that little space stream and the square there. Michny and Rafis, never mind, not hitting the square. That's going to be combo advantage right on back to the United States. Rectagon does trade it. 2 FCs to 2. Still a very, very slight combo advantage for the United States. And just like that, gone. Decatan with a miss on the jump section. Going to be giving 2 FCs now. It's just the one on Utami. And this was what I was kind of afraid of with the side of the United States. If you don't have necessarily the consistency outside of Utami on this map, this could get very dicey. Mustache does drop one of the FCs, so it's just Malashevsky now on the side of Poland. Rafis with a recovered nice combo. But we're not even to the solo section yet. And Malashevsky misses on aim again for the second time. And Utami misses on... What is happening?
Guys, hit the circles, please!
Rafis now, the highest combo in the lobby, but there is a slight combo advantage on the side of the United States. Decatan with a drop. Mustache trades it. It's going to be going back and forth as no one else missing right now. Michny going to be dropping next. Rectagon and Bashi both dropping. The only combo now is Utami. Rafis is going in. Look at this man go. The grandpa of the Polish team is just going in right now. He is having his standout performance right now.
The lead is shrinking though. Okay, it's not shrinking. But just momentarily, and Utami will find a break as well, so Rafis' combo! Rafis' combo will bring it over to Poland, it looks like, as the map is coming to a close.
Oh, wait, there is a combo advantage at the very end here for the United States. Decatan does drop that. I don't know if that's going to be enough. If Deca held, that could have been a bit dicey, but I think with that miss, it's barely going to be enough. And Poland now 3-1 break point for them.
50k, essentially, 60k for Poland, and it was all decided by that late combo from Rafis, top scoring for his team. We talked about the grandpa, the most experienced Polish player in this iteration, and he delivers. Talked about having the guy. Maybe Rafis is just the guy.
Poland in general has just been having an insane performance. Everyone assumed going into a lot of the matches that Malashevsky would be pretty much the only Polish player to really compete at the finals and grand finals level. But Poland has just been showing up. There has been so many standout performances from many different players across these maps. Bartek on Nomad 5, Rafis on Hard Rock 2, Ypan on DT4, Naus on Nomad 3. Everyone on Poland having a pop-off moment. Malashevsky hasn't even really needed to sort of put the carry pants on. Just everyone on Poland playing exceptionally well right now.
Obviously, we look at Poland, we always think of, oh, they have Malashevsky. They have that, like, absolutely once-in-a-generation performer. But this match, thus far, two of Poland's points have been decided by their backup scorers, or the people who don't really look that often, like Rafis or Nahus. This is a phenomenal performance from the Polish team. As we lament not having Dio on this cast.
Dio's favorite song. This is what he's named after all. Fighting Gold from everyone's favorite anime series, JoJo. Everyone knows this song.
I'm a little surprised Poland is picking this. I'm not too surprised because the US, they played this against Romania, I believe, right? And they didn't have particularly good scores, especially on their Nomads. This is a map that you're kind of expecting an FC on Nomads. And their Nomads, they had one slider break play from Fancy Lad and then like 500k from Utami. So I think Poland thinks they can beat that kind of score.
I mean, with the performance that we've been seeing, it's not too surprising. Who knows is going to pop off from either team at this point. Imagine we're waiting for Takedo for the United States, and we'll be getting into it. Fancy and Utami going to be taking Nomad Rectagon on the Hard Rock. There's Takedo. Takedo going to be on the hidden. I imagine Malashevsky taking the Nomad on this. Not too sure who goes for mods, though. Bartek may be on the hidden.
On Poland, it's probably Bartek on the hidden, Mustache on the Hard Rock.
I'd imagine so, yeah. Naus.
Maybe Malashevsky.
Naus after the Nomad 3 performance, I imagine, would just want to stick to... Okay, never mind. Not... Okay.
Ooh. Okay.
Mustache and Naus on the Nomad. Hard Rock, Malashevsky. Bartek will be taking hidden. See how that plays out. Yeah, usually you'd want to put your most consistent player on Nomad. That's what the United States did with Utami, but Malashevsky... I mean, this guy can kind of just do anything. He's been hidden hard rocking the free mods since semis. And still getting very good scores, nonetheless, so... Who knows, maybe hard rock is literally just Nomad, but slightly smaller circles for him. Doesn't make that much of a difference. Who knows?
Also a slight shout out, this is a Polish map. Bartownik being the mapper here, also an old OWC veteran for the Polish squad, so maybe there's a little bit of a boost there.
Oh, we'll see what happens. No breaks yet in the first fourth of the map. Haven't gotten to the courses, granted. But only Bartek missing on the aim. So get into the first course here. These early misses not going to be disastrous. This is a 4-minute long song, so early misses like what Bartek is having, not going to be the end of the world. The United States have plenty of time to trade that out at their leisure. For now, the United States looking very confident on this map, though. Takedo will be trading the 2 hiddens, the only breaks so far.
I'm a little surprised that Takedo missed on aim. Hidden has a very hard time on this on those accelerating streams. but this unfortunate break after getting through them from Takedo.
It's a slight combo advantage. It's Poland. Not going to matter too much, though. Next miss is what's going to be potentially map-changing. So we're getting into the part where if you miss, you are pretty much hard capped now at 600k. This would be the worst possible place to miss. Poland is going to be slowly clawing back the lead, though, just off that slight combo lead from Bartek. 200 combo over Takedo. Mustache going to be the next to break on the cut stream there. Not answered by anyone on the side of the United States, which gives them a solid combo advantage going into the second chorus here. Still a third of the map remaining. Utami and Malashevsky trade breaks. Bartek and, oh my god, everyone just died.
Everyone on Poland just died, Fiery.
It is only Fancy Lad with the combo now. No one else in the lobby has combo, for the record. And just like that combo's gone.
Yeah,
The
goodbye.
United States does have about 150k points worth of wiggle room here. Still a fourth of the map remaining if the United States ends up collapsing in the last part here. And Poland stays strong. This could get very dicey. As it stands right now, pretty much equalized combos. It's going to be requiring misses from the United States side here. Malashevsky not going to be helping with a miss of his own there. No one on the side of the United States answering in response to that miss. Utami finally finding one, but Malashevsky shortly after finding his own, and it's just like that going to be another break point this time for the United States, 3-2.
I think neither team really knows what to pick. Looking at just the state of this match, only one not break point has been picked so far, so I don't know. Both teams kind of feeling each other out and not very well.
Another S rank from Fancy on this map. Not having the greatest of times, but it's not going to matter. It's enough to secure them the point regardless. Very solid team performance from the United States on that map overall. Now getting into the United States' next pick. DT2 is still open. There's DT2. Just like that, DT2 is now no longer open. This is probably the only remaining pick for the United States that I think would be very obvious. Going with the Hard Rock 2 early on. Somewhat surprising. This, on the other hand, not surprising in the slightest.
Feels like they're playing around a ghost rule that doesn't exist, where you can't double pick. But you can. And we've seen plenty of teams even triple pick. So
Either that or they just wanted to get Hard Rock 2 out of the way. I know the United States' plan for a couple of OWCs was to get those precision picks out of the way early on, just so they don't have to worry about the nerves later on. If you're picking Hard Rock 2 when you're at match point, for example, it's not going to necessarily be a fun time, because you are going to be very nervous, and that will lead to you missing a lot on Circle Size 6.5.
that's true. There's a couple of maps in the pool that you don't want to last pick. You don't want to have the balance, your elimination, your stake in the tournament defined by, and that's one of those kind of skill sets. So it's understandable, but obviously backfired a little bit with Poland taking that. On the side of Poland, we'll be seeing Malashevsky, Wypan, Rafis, and Bartek for DT2. Meanwhile, in the United
Pretty
States,
expected.
we're going to be seeing Utami, Manko, probably Sawada, and probably Rectigon.
Yeah, Rectigon and Sawada for the remaining two. It's makes the most sense. This is your general speed roster for the United States. They have absolutely dominated these DT2s with this roster. be on the lookout for Sawada in general, just so he misses on air. That is the Sawada specialty. He will get 800k on this and then miss on nothing. So be ready for that.
Monko having a little trouble connection-wise, but we're getting it sorted.
Everyone on the United States roster should be more than comfortable on this map.
Sawada and Waipan with the early breaks. Apparently Malashevsky as well. Recticon as well.
I think all those were slider breaks too, so it wasn't even necessarily just struggling to get into the map. It was just unlucky slider breaks. It's not going to be a big deal, granted, as we get into the longer first sections of the map. Waipan and Recticon are struggling a bit to get into this map, though. Recticon more so in the accuracy department. Bartek with another miss as well. 2 FCs to 2 and a very high combo from Sawada might as well be an FC. Monko drops one of the FCs. The accuracy lead is well in favor of Poland right now. No 99% on the side of the United States. Meanwhile, Malashevsky is existing. Not anymore, but he was. These repeated misses from Bartek is going to be keeping things close. The United States probably going to be clawing back the lead here shortly. Monko and the Bartek trading misses. Rafis drops one of the FCs. Just like that, the 2 high combos on Sawada and Utami mattering a whole lot more, as no one else really has combo aside from them. Malashevsky, on the side of Poland, the only one to have combo. If both Utami and Sawada miss here, Malashevsky can just run away with this. The likelihood of that happening, granted, is very, very small, because if you're expecting Utami to miss on a speed pick, you're not in the best situation, let's put it that way.
Maybe they'll find a couple more breaks, but the lead from the US is only growing and the map is only getting shorter and shorter, essentially, as it progresses, so
200k, 200k points of difference. Sawada and Utami are just holding on, not giving Poland any leverage here, wanting to secure their own pick. Malashevsky with a miss is going to seal it. And Sawada and Utami. Utami with the FC, Sawada with the very early slider break, pretty much at the very beginning of the map. Going to be giving the United States their 3rd point, tied game.
First confirmed pick from the US here. So finally they picked correctly. And it's all tied up. 2 break points to each side. 1 confirmed pick to each side. 3-3. Poland has the pick, and if I had to guess, they'll probably either go for maybe Hidden True, or maybe something like, say, Fremod 3.
I don't necessarily think picking Hidden is a good idea for Poland at this stage. I think Nomad 4 actually would probably be a very good pick for Poland, all things considered. Malashevsky just doesn't miss on those types of maps, and I think Poland has the supporting roster to really make a very good team score on that map.
There is a problem with Nomad 4, and I'm sure that every time it's been picked, it's either been talked about or observed, which is there's a certain pattern that makes it extremely costly to miss on, and it's very easy to do so. It's just a slider stream. It goes straight into a very big gap into a stream on the a space stream that's essentially it's a slider stream into a cut stream, but it's a very weird flow, and we've seen a 7-way break on that even.
Yeah, well, it's not going to be Nomad 4. It will be Hidden. Hidden 3. We have not seen either of these teams play this map yet. This has only been played in South Korea versus Germany. This is going to be the first time that these teams are going to be playing it. A lot of flow aim on this map in particular.
A very streamy map, very... As we said, we talked about cut streams. Well, this map is essentially a lot of cut streams. Over and over and over again.
For
and
context,
in the solo, there are just more.
For context, Whitecat got a 430k score on this. The highest score was a 680k from Worst HR player. That was the match directly prior to this one. Don't imagine we're going to be seeing much higher scores aside from maybe Utami or Malashevsky. But who knows? I could be entirely wrong, and next thing you know, we'll have Rafis get a 900k. Has been the motto for Poland, it seems, throughout this entire match, is just have one player absolutely pop off aside from Malashevsky. We'll see if they can continue that throughout.
They picked it, so let's see which one of their players is very confident on it. We'll be seeing BMG for the first time in a while, his first map in this match. Meanwhile, for the side of the US, you see Fancy Lad, Taquito, and two Mystery Men. We haven't...
I imagine it's going to be Bashi and probably Utami.
Yeah, Utami is pretty much in for everything, but Bashi is a little bit of a surprise. Not necessarily because he's bad at this sort of maps, because he's not, but because maybe not really known for his hidden prowess. He's more of like a the hard rock precision weird map guy.
I'd argue the opposite, actually. Bashi is pretty well known for being a low AR hidden player, so not too surprising to see him in on hidden maps. He is obviously also a precision player, but he is more than capable of playing hidden maps as a whole.
So, as a... Oh, Fancy Lad finding a little bit of an early break, but as a rule of thumb, this map, you don't want to break early, because you will be breaking in the solo. So, any early breaks around the first KI or so, you don't want to have. It's watch out for them because they'll severely cap your score.
BMG are going to be flying first, I guess, real miss. Fancy with a miss, 30 combo in, not going to really do that much on a 4-minute long Mac. Bartek with slider break. Taquito to follow up with his own slider break. Very unlucky breaks coming out for both teams right now, actually. Will be relatively equalized for now, fourth of the way through the map. Very slight combo advantage to the United States early on here. Don't imagine that's going to be the case for long. We get into the harder parts of the map.
Heading to the first guy very shortly. Everybody holding through this relatively quieter section.
No one missing on that flow aim pattern right there.
And missing on the site recheck hurdles. There we go, first guy. See if anybody misses on this slightly trickier section. Utami will find the break.
That's actually massive. BMG is going to trade it, but he was already one of the people that broke early on. Naus is going to trade the break from Utami. That's going to matter a lot more as the United States still hold on to their lead. Bashi remaining with the only F, by the way.
Yeah, F.
Don't forget that. Taquito with another miss. Combo advantage in favor of the United States temporarily if Taquito continues to find breaks. Not going to be for long. Bashi and Fancy with basically FCs up against Malashevsky with an FC and Bartek on an 800 combo. But BMG and Naus are starting to recover as we get into the solo section here. There goes Bashi, man. There goes Fancy Lad. Just like that, Malashevsky, the only remaining combo, and this lead is going to go over to Poland.
He needs to hold through the solo though, and this is a very tricky section. And he breaks!
He's going to break, but everyone aside from Utami has also broken. So if Utami needs to hold this combo throughout the last third of the map here, this lead is microscopic. 20k and it's pretty much only hinging on the side of Utami right now on a 600 combo. He's going to see that. He's going to know precisely what is necessary for him to do here. He needs to put on the carry pants.
There's still a chain missable section at the end. It's not over by any means.
This is so scary. No one really missing on this part outside of Nous in the very beginning. It's 50k score difference as we get into the last chain missable part. Bashi finds a very big break, but it's going to need a bit more than that. Fancy Lad drops. Nous trades it. 30k points of difference. BMG trades. Bashi and everyone is missing at this last part except for the people that need to. Takedo and Utami holding on strong, and I think that's just going to be just about enough. Break point for the United States, 4-3.
Break point for the United States. Once again, we're resuming the pick for your opponent kind of metagame we have developed in this match, but extremely close. Malashevsky, he had the combo, he had it all, but just an unfortunate miss in the solo means that just like that, his small lead for his team evaporated very quickly with Tommy holding through. So it's rough.
Immediate tapping pick from the United States. The only really remaining tapping pick in the pool, Nomad 2. Mapped by everyone's favorite Freedom Dive mapper, Nakagawa Kanon. You might know him as Rabbit House in the FA listing, the featured artist listing.
I also know him as DKSSLQJ. Yeah, there we go.
Why do you have that memorized?
I don't. I have to remember what it is every time. I guess that means that I memorized it. I'm
that means you memorized it. I don't know why you're acting like you didn't.
Oops.
But nonetheless, Nomad 2, everyone knows Nomad 2 in tournaments. Stream-oriented map, 212 BPM on this one. So slight speed cap if you're not too comfortable with 212 BPM. United States having more than enough players capable of playing it, so I imagine Rectagon, Decatan, Monko, and Utami are going to be the final roster for them. Rafis, Malashevsky, Mustache, and Waipan on the side of Poland to counteract this, see if they can get the breakpoint back.
Obviously, the United States has a lot of phenomenal Nomachi players. Utami, Rectagon, even Decatan, Monko also not to be underestimated in mistapping. Poland, they ignored this against Canada, so I'm not sure they're feeling too confident on it, but
you also have to consider the fact that Canada has probably one of the strongest Nomad 2 teams that, when they were in the tournament, at the very least, they had one of the strongest Nomad 2 teams. So it's not too surprising to see Poland not pick into it.
But, Rafis, Malashevsky, Mustache. I'm not sure about Waipan because he's sort of like a revelation for this OWC, but if he's in, he's probably fine with it as well. But this is a very taxing stamina map. So we'll really see who's maybe not in their element at the end of the map, where people will be getting lots of hundreds, lots of 50s. And we'll see. Mustache for a couple of early hundreds, but no misses thus far. Back advantage early on to the United States.
This is one of the maps where a solo carry performance can be very vital. We saw that with Karcher FCing this map against Germany, giving them the much-needed win on this map.
He karched all over.
Yeah, he karched all over Germany. We might be seeing the same here. For now, no one missing in the early stages of the map. Everyone feeling pretty confident. Just that early act drop from Mustache, and even then, counteracted by Monko's act drop early on. SS's from Rafis and Decatan in the early stages. There goes Rafis's SS. I'm sorry for mentioning it.
Fire, it's hard to miss this map. On this map. But when you miss a lot.
That goes for any stream map, really. Like, if you miss once, you just kind of die from Note Lock, especially on these space streams.
Yeah, but I'd argue that on maps, like normal stream maps, there's a lot more spacing, so it's easier to miss. On this map, it's pretty hard to miss, but once you miss, you'll feel it.
Well, so far, no one really feeling the misses as we get into the longer stream here. No one seeming to really have any struggles with it. Not even really any act drops from either team on that long stream. It's going to be still slightly favored to Poland, but just barely. We need to see some misses real soon. How is everyone FCing up to this point? This is kind of ridiculous, actually. Rapus finally going to be the first miss, not answered by anyone on the side of the United States. Waipan to follow suit. The United States looking very dominant in this. 99% across the board for them. FC's intact. That could easily change at a moment's notice, though. Still half of the map remaining.
As long as there's 1 or 2 FCs for Poland, it's still very doable for them, as Malko will be the first to drop for the United States. We need a couple more, though.
Yeah, we'll need to see another break, probably coming either from Rectigon or Decadent. I don't imagine we're going to be seeing Utami miss on a Nomad 2, and that would be revolutionary if that happened. Mustache drops the other FC. It's just Malashevsky, and Utami does drop the FC. 2 FCs to 1, and a high combo on Waipan. Decadent drops as well. This is getting a bit dicey now for the United States. 200k points of lead, and Rectigon misses immediately after a slow slider. Malashevsky, the only combo remaining. He needs to FC this map, and if he does, never mind.
He broke on the bus slider! Is that real?
I think that was unfortunately real.
Oh no!
That is quite possibly the worst way to miss on this map possible. 200k points lead for the United States. Not really any combos to speak of on the side of Poland outside of Rapus, but it's counteracted by Utami. 4th of the map remaining. Rapus drops the high combo. This is looking very likely to be a United States pick.
Yeah, it's over. Unless one of the United States players just decides to stop playing, it's over. US will confirm another pick of theirs, and we'll go 5-3.
Consolidated break
what an
point for them.
Unfortunate break. I keep using that phrase, but that one, that's the dictionary definition of an unfortunate break.
Yeah, that one hurt. I don't imagine it would have made that much difference. It seems like even if Malashevsky FC'd the map, the overall team score from the United States was better on this. He's not going to make up a 350k score gap with his FC if he did FC. Crazy accuracy from him, though. 99.8%. It's just that one slider break.
Oh no. Look at this score! It could have been so much cooler! Decadent also. We didn't really notice it, but Decadent also having a weird break of his own, and that being the only break of theirs in the map, so... You know... At least it happened on both ends. Yeah, at least it happened on both ends. At least you can't just feel bad for one.
Well, Poland is going to need to take that break point away from the United States eventually. No more tapping maps, aside from Hard Rock 3, I guess, on the side of the United States. So that is something to keep in mind. I guess Fremont 4 also counts, but I think Poland definitely has the roster to counteract whatever the United States can do on that map. What does Poland go for here, though? I imagine it's going to either be...
Hidden 2.
Yeah, Hidden 2. Kind of surprising to see them pick into this after losing Hidden 3, but...
I think they feel like the Hidden 3 loss was variance. I don't want to say the word that they probably think that was, like it was a fluke or something like that, but it did feel like a couple of very weird breaks from Poland will kind of like seal the deal for that pick, and Malashevsky also breaking on the solo in a relatively meager part, so maybe they feel like they still have the edge on this kind of like flowing-ish hidden pick, which this is still roughly similar. It's not as flowy, it's not as stringy, but it does show a lot of like Excel decel streams, and obviously this is a tech map, and unlike Nomad 4, it doesn't have a screw you pattern in the middle, so maybe that's their logic there.
Well, we'll see what happens. I imagine if they do well on this, they're probably going to be final picking into Nomad 4. The maps are pretty similar, all things considered. This one just at a higher BPM, and obviously with Hidden enabled. The USA is no slouch when it comes to Hidden tech, however. Fancy and Taquito and Utami, obvious 3 candidates to come in for this map. Aside of Poland, seems like it'll be now Malashevsky, Bartek, and BMGN. I believe the same team from Hidden 3. Just waiting on Fancy to get into the lobby. I imagine, yep, there he is. We'll see how this goes out for Poland. If they lose this, United States gets to match point on their own pick, and things get very scary for Poland from that point onwards. Having to take away 2 breakpoints from a team like the United States is not a situation that you really want to be in when your tournament life is on the line.
Well, it's obviously your last pick if the US does get this breakpoint, so you gotta make it count. It is a relatively shorter map than what we saw from Hidden 3 and what we saw from a couple of other maps as well. But every break does count. Boshiman and Bartek trading very early on.
Still plenty of opportunity for people to miss. Fancy finds the next one. This map doesn't really ever let up. You can just pretty much miss on everything in this map. And Bashi and Bartek are going to be the prime examples of that. Taquito as well, finding a slider break. 2 FCs. Actually, no, 1 FC on the side of the United States now, up against 3. Just Utami holding on for the United States. Third of the map gone. They're going to be seeing that at the break. 200k score gap already in the favor of Poland, looking very confident on this. It's just Bartek, the only one really struggling on this. Everyone else having a field day with this map. BMG is going to be dropping one of the 3 FCs. Not going to be a disaster. Utami still holding on to the FC. As we get into the last section of the map here. As long as Poland keeps one of these FCs alive, this will be fine for them. 4th of the map to go. It's actually going to be getting...
seems to be shifting over, yeah.
Yeah, it's actually getting very close here at the end. I'm not too sure if that's going to be enough. So it is still a 100k score gap. Bashi with a trade as well. Not going to be helping things much in that way, but it might be enough.
Oh,
okay, now it is enough. Utami, the only combo remaining at the very end, and just like that, score gap just immediately shifts at the end, and United States is now up 6-3.
Oh no! Oh no! Everyone in Poland broke! Every single combo, every FC! Meanwhile, Utami and Taquito held strong!
Well, we were talking about ways for the United States to lose a pick. How about Poland losing that at the last 2 seconds? Utami, key FC there. Important FC as they now are up match point on their next pick. And Poland have to win 3 consecutive picks now to stay into the tournament and have a chance at tiebreaker. It is possible. Keep that in mind. Having a bit of a technical difficulty here, so we'll get back into the lobby shortly. Seems like it is going to be free mod 4 on the side of the United States.
we go into the winner screen there. A little bit of a spoiler for our script.
Don't worry, guys. I have it written out here. Poland is going to be winning the tiebreaker. Just give it a bit. Yeah, Fremont 4. Pretty intensive tapping rhythm-oriented map. We saw the United States play this against Romania. Utami getting a very solid FC on the Nomad, I believe. And relatively solid scores from everyone on the United States as a whole. No one really underperforming on this. See how Poland matches up.
Also, just a quick heads up, this is not the red pick. Yeah, we fixed it right now. This is the United States pick. So they will be looking to confirm this pick and confirm the win, essentially. But Poland holding on for dear life in this Fremont Force, right? Where US, they've shown their hand on this. They played this against Romania. They had a pretty good score, but it's beatable. They didn't have any FCs, I believe. They had an 800k and a couple of decent supporting combos, but nothing too spectacular. Maybe a Malashevsky God Mode moment, or Bartek or Mishny just having a good time on this map could swing it back, so it's not over by any means.
We'll see what happens. We're going to have Rectigon and Taquito on Hard Rock and Hidden, respectfully, for the United States, Utami and Fancy on the Nomad. I imagine Malashevsky just goes Nomad here. I don't really see why they would risk putting him on a mod, especially on a map like this.
I think he's modding. Yeah, he's hidden.
Okay, well, hidden is at least understandable. I can understand that. But an overmod from Michny and Wypan, double Hard Rock on the side of Poland here.
What?
Only a Nomad on Rafis.
A double Hard Rock on a rhythm map. And it's not even like a low AR rhythm map, it's 9.4. You can read this on Nomad, and the high AR enthusiast, the reactor himself, Rafis, he's Nomading. So maybe a little weird from Poland's perspective, but we'll see.
They're most certainly going to have two players that are not going to have good accuracy, as this map is brutal to act with Hard Rock. I mean, it's brutal to act in general. Utami did get a 94% FC during their match against Romania, so just to give you some indication on how difficult this map is to act. If it's not clear already, just looking at the scores. There is that slight mod advantage for Poland. Not going to be mattering at the moment, as accuracy is king in the early stages of this map. And the United States having ridiculous accuracy on Taquito right now. Fancy, not too far behind.
This is still pretty easy to break. Mishi does demonstrate that, but despite being an axe sort of map, it's pretty easy to break on. A couple of the patterns are very messy, or a couple of the snaps are a little confusing, so you might break on it. Raf is also finding a break. So still true FCs to Poland, meanwhile the US is basically holding strong on all fronts.
Solid 4 FCs from them as we get into 1/3 of the map down. Still plenty of opportunity for breaks to be traded and then some. So far, it doesn't really seem like the United States wants to give up anything, though. As Rafis finds another miss, Michny as well. At the very least, it is the ones that don't have combo missing. Wypan is going to be changing that, though. 4 FCs to 1. This is looking disastrous now at this point for Poland. We need to see pretty much a 4-way break from the United States. And it needs to happen very soon. The score lead is already 400k, and it's just going to continue to grow.
I hate to say it. Never mind, I'm not going to say it. Rexigon did break.
It's going to need a lot more than that. We're going to need to see Fancy and Taquito as well breaking. And it's still 500,000 points lead. I think even with the breaks, Malashevsky can't do this by himself, and there's just no combo on the side of Poland outside of Malashevsky. even if the three FCs break right now, I don't think this is possible for Poland anymore. And this lead is just going to continue to grow with these FCs still on the board for the United States. I think this is where Poland's run ends in the US World Cup.
We're going to see a three-way coming from the US in the last pick of this match.
This would be the confidence booster that the United States needs to really go into the Grand Finals weekend. Have a three-way FC on a map like this. Like, sure, why not? That's the classic United States everyone knows and loves. Takedo's going to be finding a slider break, but it doesn't matter. 800k on hidden on this map is ridiculous, and Malashevsky is going to be also managing, I think, to close out the FC, but it just doesn't matter. 2 Nomad FCs for the side of the United States. Going to be securing them the top 3 slot and keeping the train rolling. Poland getting 4th place, knocked out of the tournament. And we'll be seeing the United States face off against Germany now. The Grand Finals for the previous 2 years is now the Losers Grand Finals.
Fiery, you're either seeing S ranks or B ranks here. What's your thoughts on that?
That sounds like this map.
Yep. And unfortunately, Poland has more B ranks than S ranks. The US has the exact opposite. It's a shame, I think in this last match, Poland broke the narrative a little bit that it's Malashevsky plus 7. No. The whole Polish team deserves a round of applause. They really stepped up when they needed to, and unfortunate that they did have to go against the US in what's essentially a bracket anomaly, where they lost against South Korea for the first time in 6 years, essentially, to go out of the winner's bracket. So it's a shame. The Polish team deserves a round of applause. They can be proud of what they've accomplished, but the US will be moving on to the top 3.
That's going to do it for the finals weekend. Still have one more thing remaining. Let's look at the brackets real quick. As mentioned, the United States versus Germany. Now, instead of the Grand Finals, it's going to be the Losers Grand Finals. South Korea waiting up there patiently to see who wins that match and then face off against them.
Just saying, guys. There's no bracket reset on Losers Grand Finals. You're going to be seeing one best of 13 with Germany and the US on opposing ends, and that's going to decide their fate in the tournament. They don't get another go at this. That's it. That match will be so hype. Look forward to that next weekend. Meanwhile, South Korea will be waiting in the winner's bracket and just licking their chops, essentially. Where
if you want to support the remaining teams in the tournament, make sure to buy banners. There is still a week of the tournament remaining. If you buy banners, it goes, I believe, to the prize pool of the US World Cup, and you get to show your support on your profile.
You get to show your support on your profile, and also you can head over to the Open Collective, where you can support the prize pool directly with donations, and that will go 100% to the prize pool of the tournament, to be divided 48% to the winner, 32% to second place, and 20% to third place. So, without further ado, we will be leaving you for the next 15 minutes while we ready up the showcase. And make sure to stick around, because this showcase and this pool has some special sauce. I've been Dada, this has been Fiery Age, and essentially, it's been a pleasure. Fiery, thank you for casting with me.
Thank you for coming here as well, Dada. I'll see you guys in about probably a couple minutes, maybe an hour. And we'll get you guys ready for the Grand Finals Map Pool Showcase, the final Map Pool Showcase. And of course, the special tiebreaker that comes with it. We'll see you guys then.
alien saucer approaching from the sky. Radio contact has been attempted but cannot be established. Instructions are to prepare for an attack by an unknown enemy.
beasts as far as the eye can see. A plague on the surface, a disgusting swarm in the skies. With a crash of thunder, a new demon appears. Unfurling its rotten wings, it lets out a petrifying scream.
Welcome back, everybody. We've had a short break, but it's time for the Grand Finals Map Pool Showcase. One last map pool to go. We've got a bit of a banger caster lineup here. It's a bit of a party in the voice chat. So this is Azer, and as always, let's go one by one. We've got Dada.
Hi.
And we've got Sayo.
Yo.
You know, the usual, but we've got a couple more additions. We've got Fiery Rage, who's been playtesting.
Hello, everybody.
And we have Dio, who's never seen anything here.
Hey guys, I have never seen anything. I am your resident hard stuck 4-digit tournament player and commentator here to PogChamp at all of the maps here for the Grand Finals Showcase and get some hype going.
He's a reaction streamer now, and there's a lot of stuff to react to. So yeah, just no stalling. Let's just go. Let's just go straight up. Let's get into No Mod 1, everyone's favorite. I think if you like the one last week, you'll like this one. It is a 2U song by Captain One. I sure love having Captain One on the map pooling team. He's one of the fastest, most efficient working mappers. We're just like, hey man, we need a No Mod 1. You want to do No Mod 1? You just made this in like a day, and it's just really good.
Yeah, I can already imagine Chad is probably just going to be cat jamming every time this is picked, so...
I mean,
good song choice. Good job, guys.
Yeah, some people don't like it, but a lot of people do, and I think this song in particular is quite unique because it, as Aika said on the internal Mappool channel, this feels like a chorus compilation where it's like it never really stops. The intensity is just always peak, essentially. So having this as a No Mod 1 is essentially perfect for balancing reasons. And yeah, now we find ways to talk about No Mod 1 for the next 3 minutes.
Hey Dio, what are your thoughts on No Mod 1s?
Lots of jumps. Basically.
Really?
Yeah, it's kind of crazy.
Is that really how you feel?
That's how I feel about No Mod 1s. I don't know, this
That
one
is
looks
crazy.
like maybe a tad awkward. There's giant spacing. It's Grand Finals. There's lots of back and forths. It's pretty huge.
Yes,
It's kind of
chat.
crazy. I don't know. There's not going to be a lot of super hype patterns in this map, except for gigantic spacing jumps. So, Ki times. Ki times are fun on No Mod 1.
Chat,
So-
this is 7.68 on old star rating. The new star rating, I believe, is 7.5 or so.
Don't have all of them updated on where we used to track all of that, but I also believe the Grand Finals pool as a whole is the same or lower star rating than Finals, actually, which just makes no sense.
We have a couple maps to blame for that.
Yeah.
No comment.
But I think it should kind of... I think that's still holds a little bit of truth. I don't think this pool is too much harder from Finals. I don't think it's a massive step up this time around.
There are definitely a couple of maps that I can point to that are way harder, and I think a lot of people are going to notice that. But, yeah, in general, the difficulty has mostly remained the same. There's a couple of maps that are way harder, though, and you will definitely notice them as they come out.
I think the
This
main difference I can point out is Finals had a lot of maps that people would consider to be a lot easier, and this pool has none. Everything's hard.
Yeah, everything we made sure to, because sometimes you can't be really sure if something's too easy or too hard. So if you get a good score on something in Grand Finals, you kind of assume it's too hard, and so you just want to buff it. Kind of how it went.
Also, I'm sorry, Trail. This play was so good.
Any thoughts on No Mod 1 BPM, by the way? Because this is a little bit fast. It is 225, so
It's more than
obviously not a lot of
accessible.
bursts or anything.
Yeah,
but
it's more than accessible. I think the higher BPM jumps is kind of what people actually would want at a Grand Finals level, No Mod 1, as
Yeah.
long as there's not that many streams in it.
You would rather play a accessible spacing kind of map than just the Monstrata can do spacing over and over again.
All right,
Hey,
let's,
Kind of BPM.
let's roll the next map. It's time, one of many today. Let's look at the first one, a brand new OS original by Raimuku, a melodic speedcore song Raimu's not an artist that has a lot of presence in Standard, but there's a very good map of another one of his songs, Nyarlathotep's Dreamland, and made a song inspired by Longinus, funnily enough, which was Nomad 2 last round. So here you go, enjoy brand new Nomad 2 song.
Map by Knowledge King, of course. Mapped by Knowledge King, of course, your standard no mod 2 mapper at this stage. Hey, is there anything else to say about this map?
It's really hard. I'm sure everyone looked
Really?
at
I
that.
couldn't tell.
We had to nerf this one a couple of times. I think he said it in chat. This is almost 8 stars in the new star rating. It's like 7.89. I think it's absurd. Have fun.
Yeah, you guys, players who play Nomad 2s, you guys are absolutely going to love this map. I stand by that.
Yes, it's like the map you saw last week, BPM wise, except this time it has a lot more spacing.
All right, let's move on to the Nomad alt pick.
There's
Let's
a
take a
lot
look
of
at
things.
yeah. Let's take a look at a Raijodo song. This is a really weird one. I still don't know how people are gonna are gonna enjoy this one. This
This map is
entire
so
song is in 5/4 time signature, which isn't too weird to play, but conceptually it's a little bit weird.
This map is so brutal, and you're gonna pretty much see that as soon as the vocals kick in. This so far isn't really that hard. I believe a lot of people can combo through this, but the patterns start getting really brutal right around here. Yeah, that happens throughout pretty much most of the entire beginning and ending. These types of patterns. They are very, very hard. There is a reason that the score that I got is
Yeah, this is a really good
400K.
score, but
Yeah,
This is a good score on this map.
You ever played a Raijudo alt map where like it's a hard alt map, but there's a lot of like janky, weird aim sections in the middle of alt patterns, and that's what this is. Like, a lot of alt maps just go for like turbo spacing or like very, very awkward kind of like micro movement. This one, it just hits you with, oh no, let me put an aim pattern in the middle of this. Have fun.
This is just the finals no mod 3, but with 300 BPM jumps in the middle of the other patterns. Like straight up, this is just the last map, but there's now 300 BPM jumps. Enjoy.
This feels like a more you guys might call me crazy, but this is like a more dense Lazy Baby from last rounds.
I can sort of see that, but the jumps are a little different. These jumps are more anti-jump, anti-flow.
at least this
kind
one
of
isn't
style.
10.3.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
true.
this isn't tempo. Yeah, this is dense. So
Also, one of the shorter alt maps we've had, I think, if not the shortest. I think that's been one of the picks we usually have a pretty long song for.
Oh yeah,
no.
watch out for these patterns, by the way.
These are hard, yeah.
Oh,
Wait, how did you just hit like the entirety of the middle and miss on everything you're supposed to be hitting?
I think low-key that's the
Something,
hardest
I
part of the map. Those patterns there.
Those wiggles?
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
no.
nah.
I would not say they're the hardest part of the map, but they can trip you up.
I just never hit those.
Yeah, Raijado really pulled out all the stops for this one.
Of course.
Phenomenal map from him.
Just to make it more like the finals No Mod 3, there's an ending.
We need to have our funny endings listed.
It's such a fun time. I hope you guys have a lot of fun playing this map.
All right, another staple for the next pick here. But this time around, it's on a bit of a special song. Again, a brand new OS original. This time, another artist we're not too familiar with in the standard world. It's DJ Rice, who's very, very multifaceted, able to do so many different genres. They chose to do 200 step as a music genre for this one. So here is the peak slider aim map that we've got by Halgo, of course. Here we go.
This is a absolutely, I guess, beautiful map from Halgo. Spent a lot of time getting this right, and this kind of brings me back to his. A lot of his mapping is on lower BPMs, right? Like 180, 175. This is a 200 BPM Halgo map, so you're getting Halgo patterns at 200 BPM. So, yeah, it is a lot of fun to play, and this needed a lot of nerfs when it first got implemented into the map pool, but we're here now. We have a 686k score. It's a good play, and it's a good map.
Yeah,
It's
no, good
probably,
luck. Good luck.
I think one of the hardest maps to score in the whole pool.
This
You
is
can
definitely going
miss
to be
on
the hardest map in
anything.
the pool.
Uh,
Well, on to No Mod 5, which, hey,
because
Azer.
this song wasn't weird enough. Let's have everybody's favorite. We've got a 2L custom here as the grand finals gimmick pick, originally intended as a rhythm pick. This one doesn't actually have that much tapping rhythm complexity, so we tried something weird with this. Here's an extremely unique Ryusei Aika map on a 2L song with vocals of all things. Here we go.
joke's on you. It's a speed map at the end.
Yeah, this is actually just a speed map all along.
Yeah, you guys
We're
thought
bringing back No Mod 5
Yeah, you guys thought No Mod 5 speed was gone? Guess what?
This map took a lot of iterations. I think we landed on something that plays amazingly. This looks really scary, but I think it's very approachable.
It might be hard to see on stream, but it is low AR. It's AR 8.8, so it kind of plays a little bit like an alt map with really interesting snaps and like I guess some sorts of finger control involved with that. Then kind of switches over to some more slider based reading stop gaps.
It kind of does everything.
Yeah,
We wanted a gimmick map. We got every gimmick.
Pretty much.
All right, let's move on. Let's take a look at the hidden pool here. And this is one of the older maps that we've got. We've got a hidden one by Camo on a felt song. This was done like so long ago. This is the first Grand Finals map that was finished, and it was like untouched. It was just absolutely perfect from the very, very beginning. Shoutouts to Camo for doing such a fantastic job with this map. And you've got a little bit of an aim strain pick here. Like, I can't play this without my aim hand hurting after one play. Like, you just never get a break aiming at 240 BPM here. I think a lot of people are going to like this.
What it feels like to me is like the semifinals hidden pick with that like Calicube kind of Sasakura UK map, but it's at a higher BPM and it's harder aim.
It's also really, really fun. The AR is
I'm pretty sure I said this already, but out of all the custom maps we got, I think this may actually be the only one that needed 0 changes. Is that right? I can't think of any other map that was this good from like right away.
You're correct.
This map is so much fun.
There is the K-Kit map actually, round of 32 alt map.
That needed hits on it.
And timing.
Did I even need timing? Whatever.
I don't know.
It did not
Okay,
need timing.
what
It's been too
matters the
long.
most are the objects, right?
The round of 16 one needed timing, I think, unless that was quarterfinals, which in that case, but still. This map is really brutal. Like, these aim patterns.
Yeah, this definitely
Not this
reminds me a
BPM.
ton of the semifinals pick, but just really ramped up. I also, for this type of pick with how high BPM it is, there's only a couple of triples here and there in the map so far, which I think is really nice for the people who usually want to go in for this type of stuff, because you can either, if you're fast enough, you can single tap and just focus really heavily on snap aim and single tapping, or if you need to, you can just focus purely on aim and alt the entire map, which makes it really, really simple, I think, for the aim players to just focus on aim, and there's a lot of it. There's a lot of aim in this map.
Honestly, you guys like felt?
Yeah, this song is
Personally,
incredible, man.
I love felt.
It's so good.
Something
More fan of
maybe
microfiber
worthwhile.
myself, actually.
Good joke, Mr.
Thanks.
Dio.
Thank you, Dada.
Nice. I like satin.
The mapper or the texture?
Yes,
Good joke.
both.
Yeah, I would say like hidden adds a considerable amount of difficulty to this. Like despite it being a very comfortable AR, it actually can be quite difficult to read at some points. Yeah, this is gonna be so fun to watch when people pick this.
Yeah, you can kind of miss anywhere on this. I don't even think there are any easy or hard parts in this.
Yeah, holding combo on this has to be like incredibly hype if you're
Yeah.
playing this in the match.
I think you can reasonably expect this to be played in both matches.
Hopefully.
It's like a common enough skill set, I think, that all 3 of those teams definitely have all 4 people for that and will want to play this. Alright, let's
Going
return
back
to the traditional low AR hidden 2 here. Let's take a
Pulling
look.
Funfair!
It's an Iljaz map. Kind of revitalizing some old music here. We took this ancient map and made it new and fit grand finals. This one is also extremely fun. Also quite approachable, I would say. This map kind of revolves around perfect stacks, but they're actually readable. This is a sight readable map, even though it looks pretty insane.
No, it's not.
It is.
It's no longer a
There's
sight
no
read
way
map.
you can sight read the triples that are coming up in this map. That I refuse to believe.
By the way, for those who recognize the song, you might have played a map of this called "The Primal Scene of Japan: The Girl Saw" by S-Joy.
Yeah.
It's that song.
This was a bit easier than we had intended for the grand final stage, and we kicked up the difficulty as a result of that. So we hope it's in line. It should be.
Oh man.
Yeah,
Those back and forths. No, those
Oh,
back and
man.
forths are not. Those are not allowed.
I know
That-
it
alright.
looks funny. It looks funny,
finally,
right?
It finally hit. The map finally hit.
Yeah, sight readable, guys.
Super sexy.
Yeah, thanks. Hidden
What universe are you living in, Acer?
Probably use like the worst skin ever and say it's sight readable.
Hey man,
This is a edited default skin type map.
I'll grab my buddy Ikoro and he's gonna say the same thing.
Yeah. I
This
mean, I don't
map
know.
is crazy,
What we
by
said
the
it's
way.
not sight readable, so I'll take his word for it.
Yeah. I'm assuming if you said it's sight readable, this is what we sight read, right? This is now what we sight read replay.
No, totally. This is first time playing the map.
Oh my god.
The first of
It's sight readable if your name is Ikoro, or you live in Norway, or your account was created in 2010.
Oh, fair enough. I was gonna say something about like how last week we had the // free mod map that just went balls to the wall, and the beginning of this looked really tame, and then it like started doing these sorts of patterns, and I was like, all right, never mind. This is no longer tame at all in comparison.
Yeah. Okay, this is. I would say this is a vastly different type of Liliar map than that we've had in the past. Like this actually has a lot of overlaps in reading. Like a lot of the other maps have been like super fair. Like in my perspective, they've been really fair. Not much reading, too much reading involved. Like you could kind of learn the map and stuff. But in match, I feel like even if you learn the map, you will still misread.
Who are you watching for this map? I think White Cat chews this map up.
I'm just gonna watch Wowie for this.
White Cat, Kriller, Utami. Who else in South Korea is like a
This is a bar. This is a
worst
Boshi
star
map.
player? Yeah,
Absolutely.
absolutely.
This is a Boshi map.
It is a
Surely
boss,
this
yeah.
will get played. I'd love to see this. We don't see a lot of reading stuff in World Cup, so here you go. Let's move on. Another one. We've got some more in store for you guys. It is a Cephid Osu original. We've got a little bit of a complex hardcore song here, and if you've liked Critical Cannonball from a couple of pools ago, or a couple of years ago, you get Critical Cannonball 2. Let's hear it. A fantastic collab by Captain and Toybot. Fantastic job here. I think this is just super fun as a pick, even to play in solo. As always, for this type of map, honestly, they did a really good job here.
We're bringing Formula One to the Oz World Cup.
Formula One / Trekmania / Automobile.
Flash Automobile. Finally.
I will note that this map is pretty dense at AR 9.3, so the flowing will prove to be quite difficult at sometimes.
There's a lot of aim control in it as well. It's might not be obvious when you're watching Enry play it because it's Enry, but like this is a pretty hard to aim map. Let's move on though. We've got a Hard Rock pool to go through. So we've got Hard Rock 1 here by Mordred. Good old Kinema 106 song. Here's your aim pick for the week. And man, this is hard as well.
This has some gnarly snaps, but it's so satisfying to hit them and nail the stream afterwards. This map just goes giga spacing. Except it's different from Nomad 1 that the BPM is significantly lower, and it has a lot more focus on your control after your snap rather than just your snap, if that makes sense.
Also has a bit of a focus on the burst aspect as well. A lot more burst in this compared to something like the Nomad 1.
There is a sketchy pattern, kind of sketchy. We'll get to it pretty soon, but I don't know, man. This is just a really solid Hard Rock one.
If it's the pattern I think it is, then it's not that sketchy anymore.
Yeah, we got it nerfed.
But yeah, this used to be, I believe, finals Hard Rock 1, but it was moved because one, we had a little bit of a like balance issue in that pool, and also because this was a little bit harder than the rest.
Oh, you also had some mapping combos. Like, 2 Mordred maps in the same pool?
In a row.
Yeah.
I'm actually waiting for the pattern to show up. I feel like it's soon, right? It's gotta be soon.
It's after the second turn, I think.
I know this this plays on an older version of the map, so there's like a non-zero chance that this is before the nerf. But I don't quite remember. You'll probably see it when it shows up.
It's coming up in like 5 seconds.
Ah, yeah, that's nerfed.
Yeah, it's nerfed.
Super nerfed.
That used to be from one side of the screen to the other.
It actually used to be on the far right of the playfield to the left side of the playfield. That entire 1/3 thing.
Honestly, this map's other 1/3 seems scarier than that now, because there's those really high spacing, snappy 1/3 that go into some of the other jump patterns in this map. Those look really, really hard. A lot of the other streams like these are, you know, there's not super high spacing on them, but some of those 1/3 look really nasty. Of course, Enry breaks on nothing triple, by the way.
I don't think that's nothing. That's the most difficult part of the map here. Like, not specifically that object, but I think the hardest part of this is absolutely the snap aim in this. Like, there's just so many patterns that are just across the screen, and you just have to like start a brand new pattern across the screen. It's pretty rough.
Thank you to Dr. Zhang for the replay here.
Those 1/3 you're talking about, they aren't that bad, because you can, I don't mean cheese in the literal sense, but you can kind of cheese them. You know, you don't have to play them perfectly as a 1/3, you can kind of just cap it.
Hard Rock's linear aim, especially slow linear aim, is always trickier than snap aim in that regard.
I don't know, man. They look pretty hard to me. All right, I don't know. I don't know. From a spectator perspective, they look really hard.
These popped off.
Well, I'll trust. I'll trust.
It's okay. The whole map looks pretty hard. Something that's probably even harder, though. I think. I don't know. Let's see it. One more. We aren't done yet.
Another one.
Another one. And this time by Rabbit House. So happy to have a Rabbit House. Similar to DJ Rice said, Rabbit House kind of just does every song genre ever. So it was kind of hard to get them to make something. We landed on Artcore, so you have a precision Artcore Hard Rock 2 map by Funny. Enjoy.
It's a beautiful, beautiful song by Rabbit House and a beautiful map by Funny. This map is pretty darn hard if I had to put a word to describe how difficult this is. This originally had like quite a bit of aim in it, and we wanted to reduce that just because Hard Rock 1 had some aim. And so we added some, I mean, this already had some control elements, such as those really techy sliders, but we put in a little bit of like anti-aim triples and stuff like that just to make it different from Hard Rock 1, and buffed it to CS 5.3. And I was actually considering like, man, this might be too hard because no one can get the replay on CS 5.3. And I was considering bumping it down to maybe 5.2 if people were not doing too well on the last stage, Hard Rock 2. But people did perfectly fine on that. And so you guys get the full-fledged difficulty here.
Yeah, this looks impossible, but I don't know, man. These players are playing impossible things, so I think they'll be fine. Let's move on to the last Hard Rock. We're recycling some old binned OWC maps here. So it's supposed to be actually, yeah, this is also from another tournament. I forgot the name of it. Coffee is back, probably.
Might have been Coffee is back.
But like from like 2 years ago or something. Anyway, this was supposed to be like a free mod map in Grand Finals of OWC last year, and we didn't use it because it was too hard on Hard Rock, I believe. So now you get it only on Hard Rock. It's a lot of fun, but
Alex,
boy, this is pretty hard.
Alex, why is this Hard Rock 3? Clearly says No Mod 4 in the background.
I know. Honestly, we should have just changed the background. But too bad. It's this isn't a custom, so.
Yeah, it's pretty much the perfect map to complement HR1 and HR2. HR1's pretty much pure aim. HR2's a lot of tech elements. This is just super alt snaps. This map
Honestly.
is really hard.
It's really hard, and it's hard to maintain combo while you're just bopping to the song.
Yeah.
Like
I
these
think,
flow patterns seem really simple, but they're just hard to hit.
Part of this too is I think the first half of this is relatively a lot easier to like hold combo on. So if you're able to hold through most of this, you get very, very rewarded if you're able to keep that going into the ending, because yeah, the last like third of the map when the song speeds up on the hard rock is so difficult.
I just saw an angle in this map that made me physically cringe, which was down in the bottom left corner, where you just have this long accelerating flow pattern into a full 180-degree turn. It just doubles back on itself in a long stream. I feel like we're going to see so many chain misses on that pattern, because
Yeah,
it's that is a tough angle.
and it's a quite common theme in this map to do like a 5-note spaced burst and then kind of repeat it at a different angle. That's kind of the idea of the map. It's pretty cool. Pretty hard.
All right, here's where people miss.
Yeah, this is where it starts kicking up.
Yeah. Becomes an aim map. It's kind of hard to avoid hard rock picks in grand finals having aim elements, though. I mean, at some point that's like the only way to really drive up difficulty for a lot of these. So
I don't know why I'm on the edge of my seat watching a pre-recorded replay where I know it's gonna break. This map is just hard, man.
The ending is very, very hard.
Yeah, but like, how is he
Especially-
hitting this though? Because this is
Have you looked at the player name, Dio?
yes. How is he
He
hitting?
hits things. He hits things a lot. Especially when they're hard rock.
it's time for the funny slider.
Hey,
We're
funny
going,
was the
we're
last
going horse
mapper.
racing.
Woo! www.
That was a crazy miss.
That was a wafer slider.
That was a wafer slider. That's
That
the
was.
wafer arsonist handbook slider.
Classic.
Damn, the one miss. Tragic. All right, let's go into the DT pool. We've got a Garden DT1. This is also a map that was done a very long time ago. I've got a pretty standard DT1 as well this time around, and quite similar to the Camel map. This kind of just required no changes. Garden just doesn't miss. Really high quality, enjoyable map here.
May I ask? What is she eating?
Well, that's a
Onigiri?
Looks like an onigiri. Yeah.
It's a very big onigiri.
That's a normal size.
She's hungry.
Hey, it's kind of big, but like,
Or as Pokemon would call it, a jelly-filled donut.
more important question is, what is she drinking? Is that a Red Bull can or?
That's a very tall coffee can.
Alright, let's talk about the map actually. This is harder than last stage. It's probably on the same level of comfort though. Yeah, this is a really solid map. Garden doesn't miss, and Wuchi also doesn't miss until about 871 combo.
Hey, spoilers!
Hey man,
It says it right there. His max combo is showing on the screen.
Alright guys, turn on your monitors, We can finally watch the
Put
map
a-
showcase.
Put like a sticky note on it. That way you don't get spoiled.
We're doing the sticky
leaderboard
note
live.
tournament method.
Yeah, we're back to sticky notes and tournaments. I was gonna say.
Oh wait, he missed it. 350 combo. Wow, it's just a noob mistake by me.
I can't believe you didn't memorize where the replayers missed. So amateurish of you.
Yeah, this is the, I guess, the pure raw skill mechanics one.
Yeah, this is hard. This is pretty hard.
Yeah, it certainly looks hard. It certainly looks like those jumps are very big and very fast. So,
I'm gonna investigate something really quickly. Let's see. Hidden double time.
I think if this were to get ranked, this is like a viable.
This is
farm
700
map.
PP.
Yeah.
For a sense.
This is kind of a hard farm map.
I saw I think someone like made a thread recently that was like, what's the highest PP play ever made in OWC? This gets played. It might be this one.
Or DT2.
No, DT2 is not.
We'll get to that.
No,
We'll get to that. We'll get to that.
We'll get to that very soon, in fact.
Well, we'll get to that right now. So have fun. Here you go. What?
Yeah.
Surely
welcome,
it's a speed
welcome to the lowest
I
star
mean-
rating map in the pool.
I mean,
This star rating is the weirdest thing. How on earth is this map under 7 stars? Dada, how is this done? What do you got to say
Okay,
about
so
this one?
it is big circles, so that takes away some of the aim elements of the star rating calculation. But also, I think at some point the streams get so long that it just gives up calculating difficulty, so the stamina doesn't scale up.
Yeah, this stamina is actually invisible in this star rating. This is by far the hardest DT2 because this one actually requires infinite stamina.
I pulled no punches, yeah.
If you can play 230 BPM like forever, this is your map. But it's not entirely free at the same time because there's a lot of very tricky finger control patterns. Or like, how do I describe? I don't want to say artificial, but like the strain on a lot of these finger control patterns are after the slider, and there's a lot of strain involved with being forced to hold your key down. And these consecutive septuplets, 7 notes, yeah, these are quite draining.
And there's no break in between. I mean, there's a break after this section, but then you'll get into an even harder section, eventually. Basically,
that-
if you have fingers, you like this map. If you don't have fingers, you don't like this map.
I do not have
What?
fingers. You know that rate change set of Midorigo Queen Bee that
Yes.
everyone uses for stamina practice? This is what that reminds me of. This is what that reminds me of just like, yeah, infinite stream practice, basically. Have fun. Go tap.
This is a 3-minute map.
Can we talk about the fact that
combo.
Can we talk about the fact that this was made as a custom to patch in semifinals?
Yeah,
we used it in grands because it was so difficult.
I think Dada was like, you know,
halfway through, I realized.
yeah, you just kind of yeah, I could tell.
Right, so in a bit you will see the biggest streams of the map. Not here, but the part after.
I can't believe we have a DT map under 7 stars in grand finals.
Oh my god. Oh, this is the part that doesn't get star rating. Okay.
Yes.
You can't do this 3 minutes in almost.
Yeah, you can.
I can. I just
can
did.
handle this.
He can and did.
I could FC this.
Look,
Real.
Woochie just FC this, so like maybe we're just complaining because we're slow.
free. It's a free FC. Look at that. This is so free if you can tap, right?
I mean, there's no
Which she
aim.
actually didn't play this. It was me. I hate to break it to you guys.
The secret Fiery Rage replay. The secret Fiery Rage speed is upon us.
It's a pretty crazy replay, honestly. Alright, a non-custom map. Everyone's gonna know. We're busting out the classics. It's not the top diff, it's the Lunatic collab diff. If you don't know this map, I'm not sure where you know, I don't know. It's just kind of a classic. We initially slotted this in and we're like, is this too hard? Like, this seems kind of insane. I think this kind of ends up being like one of the easier maps in the pool now.
By the end of the pooling process, we were considering replacing this because it was too easy.
Yeah, I think a lot of speed players who are playing this will recognize this as a Speed Cup tiebreaker. This is, I guess, to differentiate from DT1 a little bit. This is 278 BPM, because DT1 is pretty high up there in the BPM range and also has, some burst involved. We want this to be an actual speed map, requiring real speed. So, here you go, guys. Demetori with double time.
This is like what I don't know. I started playing the game in 2014, so to me this is just seeing like the next
we're
level of the
watching
game
Auto.
evolve in real time, right? Like I don't know.
I mean,
it's just
to
surreal
be
seeing
fair.
maps like this in DT nowadays, because back in the day no one was even close for
Okay,
this
you had
kind
like
of map.
on the leaderboard on this when this map was like ranked and stuff, and when I
Yeah.
also started playing, I was like, wow, there's someone FC'd this with Hard Rock. They're crazy.
Man,
what
that's
the
nuts! Yeah, I like 5.
This used to be a Hard Rock farm map.
Oh, yeah.
Back in the day. And a no mod farm map. It probably still is, but like
Top
now you
diff
just
is,
have like this map being DT, the top diff nonetheless on this map being DT.
This Enry replay is actually I think the second FC on the map. It's pretty funny. I think the number 1 is Kaze? Yeah.
It's Tsukaze, yes.
And I don't recall there being any other FC on this map.
There's none with Hidden, at least.
So I don't
That's
Also-
the only DT play on this.
Quick shout out. Nobody knows who this is a collab with because they don't look at the description, but this is an LFJ collab with NyQuil. So this diff is
Wow.
Azer. Cat.
I didn't know this was
I
here.
forgot he wrote that.
How's your
don't-
cat? How's
I
your
don't have
cat,
the,
Alex?
I don't have the context. I don't know.
There's
Just
he just
sleeping
wrote it.
somewhere.
There's actually no context. He just put that there. I swear. This part gets really hard. You're gonna see a lot of breaks there.
This is the
And then
part
it-
where the play-by-play casters get to pop off.
If you get if you
This
get
is
past that
section.
part, it just keeps hitting you.
This
This is the part where you're
absurd.
conveniently going to see a lot of caster cursing.
Yes,
Dude, I'm ready.
I'm so ready. I'm
Yeah,
so ready
guys.
to talk about everyone's combo at about 1400. At 1400, we're gonna mention every FC.
Yeah, the caster curse is real. You just have to talk right before the hard part. Just say
Yeah.
their name. Yeah, guys, caster curse, guys. Oh, this guy's conveniently holding combo. I wonder what's gonna happen at this really hard part. Not gonna say anything, of course. Not for Enry though. Can't caster curse a pre-recorded play. Really cool FC here.
This play is so good, by the way. What, like,
This is OD 8.2, which is pretty funny. I didn't realize that until later, but yeah, this actually has an
It kind of
accuracy
has to
difficulty.
be at this BPM. It's
It has an accuracy difficulty, yeah.
yeah. I think this would probably play worse if it was lower, right? You could no lock a lot more stuff.
I don't know. It doesn't make it harder, but it doesn't make it like.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. The song is like so fast. I don't think you really noticed OD on this, but I don't know. Not like I can play this.
I mean, just a contrast with DT2, this is a minute longer with the same max combo.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Okay, something completely different for DT4 this time around. We wanted an old style map on this. Initially, I pitched in Astro Sexy type vibes. It's not quite exactly what this ended up being, but yeah, you've got this old, like really old mapping style here. Brand new custom from Neto. This is a lot of fun. I don't know how you would describe this beyond the old style on this, though. It kind of has a lot of different things going on, but some of the sliders on this can get pretty fast as well. We'll see that later, but yeah.
This is the genre called city pop.
This feels like modernized remix almost. If I
Yeah.
put
Yeah.
something to it. The snaps on this map are impossible.
Yeah.
They're so hard.
It's
They-
CS5.
Yeah. There's like a they like the Nitto mapped it in a way where you hit this super long chain on one side of the screen and then have to snap over to the other side of the screen and hit a like an anti-aim triple snap. Not to mention this has really difficult finger control, so you probably will want to pick this if you're good at perfect alt. Because if you don't perfect alt, this is actually something that is rhythmically difficult.
By the way, I don't know if you noticed, but every slider is not actually a red anchor. They're curving by 90 degrees, which is hard to do.
Yeah, it takes a lot of time to put that in. This is also one of the first Grand Finals maps, actually. First
Yeah,
maps
this
in
one's
general.
really old as
Neto
well, yeah.
finishes really quickly. This map is so much fun, though. It's I probably wouldn't be too far out of the league to say this is probably the hardest map This is the hardest
the
map to
sliders
get
go.
score on in a match. I will be very surprised to see like 500k on this in a match. This is really difficult to pull off.
Yeah.
In tournament settings.
I would be very surprised, Sayo, but I am no longer surprised by anything in this OWC.
That is
Everything
true.
is possible.
That is true. As I think a player said in map pool feedback, there we have aliens playing the pools.
I don't know if the teams are really going to have like a full roster on this kind of map. It's just one of those things you just don't know. It's not a very conventional thing. Like, it's not even just the fact that this is an old style map. It's just there's so much precision and snap required. It's kind of tricky to figure out. I think if like either your team or the other team can play this. So I'm pretty interested to see what kind of presence this map ends up having. But that's going to be it for the DT pool. We've got free mods coming up. And of course, we're going to have
Wow.
Falcon Sound Team,
Name a more
Jonathan
iconic
LFJ.
duo.
Oh my god, it's Falcon Sound Team! Oh my god!
I have never seen a Jonathan LFJ Falcom Sound Team map. I was
Nice.
born in the year 2022.
And-
Guys, star rating.
Oh no.
Oh my god, it's the number!
I'm laughing so hard.
Yeah,
Anyway.
we probably didn't have any, man. Just count on all the 707s. Anyways,
Yeah,
Yeah, Tuna, Tuna.
anyway,
Replay.
Tuna, again, I said this last week because he had a replay in finals as well, but just was available to play for literally just 3 hours. That's it, just 3 hours, and managed to get a bunch of full combos on maps. We managed to keep this as a replay, so here's a rare Tuna full combo grand finals showcase.
that is to say, I think this is, I'm confident when I'm saying this, the easiest map in the pool.
It's a free mod. And you have to play it with the hard mod. For
This
at
is
least
really
one of your-
comfortable with
one of
Hard
your
Rock too.
Actually, I kind of agree. Not that this is easy, but just
It's pretty
this map
comfortable to
doesn't
play.
have, this map doesn't have those hard parts that like every other map has. Other
I think
than
also a
this
big
and like Hidden One, I think might be the only comfortable maps in this pool.
It is
Even that
quite
hidden one is
comfy,
pretty,
but it's still mechanically very hard. I feel.
Yeah.
The one thing that this doesn't do that like some of the other, like the Nomad 3 for example, it doesn't have that switch between really, really tricky flow aim and then this super high spacing snap aim stuff. It's just all the high spacing snap aim. So, it's, okay, never mind. I stand corrected. I stand corrected. All right, never mind.
It's okay,
At
it's
least
gone.
it doesn't
Say your
do it
point.
in the
That
middle of the
part's
same
fine.
pattern. All right.
I don't know. Falcon Sound Team LFJ stuff is just such an iconic thing. It's kind of criminal not to have the OSA World Cup with one of these in it, so.
Guys, it's just like that old OWC tiebreaker, the Azure Arbitrator.
I also think that map didn't need any changes.
Yeah, no, this didn't need many changes, if any.
Oh, that pattern.
I know it needed at least one. But yeah, difficulty-wise, it was kind of just in the perfect spot again.
It's kind of weird. Like all of our grand finals, most of them just didn't need changes. What's up with that?
I don't know. I mean, we got a lot of very, very experienced tourney mappers. We've got the best of the best lined up for grand finals, I would say. Okay, this one is going to be a little bit of a curveball.
Oh, God.
I don't know how to describe this map. I will say the Hard Rock star rating on this makes this the hardest map of OWC Grand Finals. I think the Hard Rock star rating on this is 8.2. So we've got a handsome, or hee speed pick this week on a really, really odd map type and song. You're clocking it at 252 BPM. If you watch a lot of Taiko World Cup, you'll be familiar with the artist, but if you play Standard, maybe not so. This might be one of their first songs that are used in Standard, but here you go.
This
For
is
what
a-
I know, this is the hardest map in OWC ever with Hard Rock, because the last guy,
Maybe
the
this
last map
period.
was
No,
Yeah,
this
no.
is. I don't know how Emery got this replay.
Yeah, this is
messed up. Just look
This
at
map
this game.
took me 50 tries, Azer. If you see this, I hate you, says Henry.
Henry was trying to get plays on this. He was getting like 200k, and I was like, okay, maybe we need someone else. Henry's probably not getting this. And then I left for 30 minutes, and I came back to an FC.
Yeah, well, the thing is, I actually have no idea how hard this map is because Henry got the FC. But I am fairly certain this is incredibly difficult and will probably be permabanned.
Yeah, I think
I can't
everyone.
see Korea playing this map. This is so
I
hard.
think everyone is banning us against the United States at the very least. So if the United States advances to the grand finals, we are not seeing this map.
I don't think Germany bans this against the US. Maybe.
Okay.
If it's played anywhere, it's gonna be played in that match. Korea's
Yeah,
probably banning
this is a Hard Rock on this is a beast. You're getting like 200k with Hard Rock, 250k.
I don't even know what the peak Hard Rock score on this would be. Like
a peak
3.
Okay.
There's no like way of making it like fancy wording or whatever. Hard Rock on this is impossible. Like it's the tankiest of tank mods. I don't think anybody is able to get like over 300k on this.
I will put my money on Rectagon to probably pull like really good scores in solo, but like doing that in the match is a high call.
These samples are funny. If you have a quack miss sound, like some people I know, you didn't miss on that one section that came slightly before this. That's just in the song.
This so this consecutive like 7-note verse and like the key ice followed by this really uncomfortable linear looking aim is I have no idea how hard that is. Like look at this. This looks so hard. I don't know how this is done with hidden.
I don't know how that's done at all. That's just really hard. What is that section?
This has had like barely any testing with Hard Rock. I mean, we had intercamming play it a few times just to get some testing in and like give feedback, and people like 350Ks here and there.
It's as you said, aliens played this pool. It's no longer in the realm of human beings.
I'd say, other than the LFJ map, this free mod pool is the hardest thing in the world to balance. Every map in here is a lot of question marks. Let's go on to another map that's just a lot of question marks. You've got KTG Stir here on like the anti-mod, but this was so hard with the typical anti-mod values. We had to tweak it a little bit. We actually had to make this a little harder. You've got another like a never-ending low BPM stream map. I don't even know how you describe this. Just wait till you get to the pattern. But keep in mind, this is a Hard Rock replay as well. So
for those who are familiar with TFC, this is a pretty good shout out to that. This is like Ice. This is like Ice Angel mixed with TFC. If I had to put it like as Ice Angel's aim patterns with the flowing streams in a sense. I don't know.
This is also, I'd say, probably very Hard Rock favored. I imagine we'll be seeing actually a lot more Hard Rocks on this than no mods personally, just because the stream patterns that we're going to be getting into right here.
Here's the bread and butter of the map.
I would
say this, but the Hard Rock values that we tweaked, man, this made this really, really hard with Hard Rock as well.
Okay, this replay is insane. This is CS 7.15. These are not easy patterns of Hard Rock. Like
these are not easy patterns. Period.
Strongly suggest you no-mod this.
Originally, I think this was CS5, and we're like, this is kind of impossible with hidden. We should do something about it. So
yeah.
Now it's impossible with everything. Enjoy.
Yeah, this was just like we wanted to make sure no one would overmod it, because that wouldn't be cool to have a free mod where everyone just forces Hard Rock. So this is AR 8.2 without Hard Rock. So you have a bit of an easier time than one.
It's one of those maps where, okay, with Hard Rock this just looks crazy, but if you watch this on no mod, or I guess you'll probably see this played on no mod, when you look at the map, it looks really straightforward. They're just tapping 150 BPM, it's like, it doesn't seem that difficult, but you play it and it's just impossible. There's just so much random aim control in this. It's kind of insane, but it's one of those picks where you can look at and feel confident and then just get 200k.
my face has just been like mouth agape, twitching in disgust the entire time this map has been playing. By the way, this is just like absolutely disgusting. This map.
It's a little unhinged.
Yeah, the swaps between like these types of horizontal back and forths into now the same type of vertical back and forth. That is just ridiculous.
It's
Ridiculously difficult.
It's a typical KTG shirt FU. Like, I do what I want. I map what I want to map, and if you're a player, you just gotta deal with that. That's kind of like
come up with my own mapping theory.
Yeah.
In short,
Kind of just makes it impossible to balance, though. I don't know if this is too easy or too hard or correctly. Nobody knows. Same thing with this next pick here. We don't know. Here's something quite new as well. For the last map in the remaining pool, here's Fremod 4, mapped by Jazag. Counts as the rhythm slot, sorta. This kind of also explores a lot of other gimmicks. I think Sayo, you could probably talk about this one.
Oh my god.
Well. Yeah. If Fremod 2 was the hard rock tank slot, and Fremod 3 is the hidden tank slot, this is a tank slot for both spots? I don't know.
It's just a hard map, dude.
I literally cannot describe this map besides just watch the
gimmick. We couldn't really come up with references for this. It's a very unique style of map. It's doing a lot of different gimmicks at once. All of them sort of rhythm related, like this one here. The gaps in time. There's some sections in this that you kind of just have to learn what's mapped. You're not playing the song, more or less. You're playing a specific rhythm that the mapper like picked, but it kind of like works in a pretty good way here. This kind of gives me like Event Horizon vibes. I was playing this not in the aim style, but just in the way you have to look at this. Every new combo in this is a representation of the rhythm selection. So like every continuous stream is the same combo, and every time there's a new combo, it's like the same gap in time. So you can read this through looking at new combos, which is really unusual.
These sections are so hard. What is this?
Yeah, this is like a
This is a Mauser section.
We
because it
originally
rotates
had
in the
Yasuo.
same way.
We had Yasuo map this song, and he wasn't able to follow through with it because he got some stuff to do in real life. And so Jazag kind of picked up the map afterwards. And thank you, Jazag, so much for hopping in and pulling this out of your rear end. Yeah, so those are like a throwback to some of Yasuo's old patterns. Jazag kind of took it out.
It's a little bit of a tribute, I would say.
Yeah.
But we definitely have the Jazag twist on this. Yeah, no, this is also another map where, at least personally, not super sure, like balance-wise, how you even begin to approach this map. I think it's in a good place, but it's another type of skill set. You don't really know, like, what players can do on this. Like, it's just not a map that you usually see, right? I don't have a player that comes to mind when I look at this map.
Picking this would essentially be a gamble.
Yeah.
I guess. Like, you have no idea who's gonna do well in this. Besides, you only pick it if you have a bunch of people who practiced it.
All right, we'll give it some time. It's TB time. Go ahead and try to take a wild guess. I love doing this every year. We're gonna stall for a little bit of time. It's funny to see if anybody gets it right, because yeah, we've got a pretty crazy tiebreaker this time around. It's a massive collaboration project. Anything you guys want to say before we show it?
I just want to tell chat that we aren't planning to repeat tiebreaker artists, so any tiebreaker artist that was in the last couple WCs, that's not the answer. So not Camellia, not you. So let's see if you can guess right.
I also want to thank the mappers who put in the time to crank out this tiebreaker. They did a really good job.
Absolutely.
Like the amount of time they immediately put into it, and knowing the deadlines that we had is nothing short of pretty incredible, I think.
All 5 mappers, all 4, I believe, storyboarders, all true hit sounders. A round of applause for them, but before you applaud, we need to first look at what the map is. Take it away, Izzy.
Well, without any further stalling, let's take a look at the OWC 2022 Grand Finals tiebreaker. Pretty massive collaboration for this one. 5 mappers, as you see. We've got Down, Altai, Ice Stray, Selena, and Ellie, as well as a storyboard by Chaoslitz, YFBMP, and Yumino Himiko as well. A lot of people put in their time for this. Pretty happy with how this ended up. It's also worth noting Citrus is just so insane at making these projects on time. We received the full version of this whole song in like 9 hours. Absolute machine. Just beyond happy with how this ended up being.
Okay. Can I just give a shout out to everyone that participated in this project? Or just join the channel here so I can look at everyone in detail. So, big shout outs to Ice Stray, Altai, Down, Selena, and Ellie for mapping it. Obviously, everyone had a little bit of a part here and there, and their parts are all fantastic. Just big shout outs to them. Thank you to Chaoslitz, YF, Yumino Himiko, and did I forget anybody for the storyboarding team?
Nope, it's just those 3. That's the I believe the Winning Triangles storyboarding team.
Thank you very much for storyboarding. The storyboard was very, very sick, and storyboard maps take a lot of time. For the amount of time that this tiebreaker took, where we had a couple of issues here and there for time frame, but we ended up contacting the storyboarding team kind of late, but they did a phenomenal job and on a very tight schedule. So I'm very, very grateful to all of them. And for the hit sounding, Alex.
Oh yeah, forgot to mention that. So Ellie did most of the actual hit sounding, but I ended up doing a lot of key sounding on this. Didn't really end up doing any of the actual hit sounding myself, just made the sounds. So about half of the map is key sounded. We wanted to showcase the song a little bit more, so the hit sounds on the reveal were kind of low. It's kind of intentional, but if you want to hear more of the key sounding, of course you'll hear when it's played, or you can go play the map yourself. It's a blast if you can play it, because it's pretty hard.
Yeah, very phenomenal job from everybody involved. I'm really proud of this tiebreak. I'm really proud of the product that we ended up with, and just overall thankful for everyone involved. Anything else you guys want to say?
That map looks like a ton of fun to play and a ton of fun to watch. And I think that most of the all-rounders from all 3 teams in Grand Finals are going to be able to play it without too much of a problem. So if we do ever see a tiebreaker between any of the 3 teams, I think it's going to be a pretty close one with lots of good scores from all of the players. So I think it's a tiebreaker that turned out really well playability-wise just from a first look. And I think because it's a little bit lower BPM, max 200 BPM, a lot of people in solo should be able to enjoy this map as well, which is phenomenal because so many of these open rank tiebreakers, especially custom songs, end up being only playable for some of the best 1v1 tournament players in the game. So fantastic stuff.
I think you might see some different kind of players on this. I mean, of course, it's naturally because of the song genre. I guess this is a little bit tech oriented, but this is primarily a mechanics pick. And it doesn't really speed gap anyone. This is only 200. It doesn't go over 200, so it's the most accessible OWC Grand Finals tiebreaker there's been in a while. So it's a good time because of that. Just want to go on a little bit of a credit roll here at the end. There's a lot of people I want to thank for all the collaboration and stuff. Of course, a lot of artists that we were managed to work with to make all the Yosu originals. So of course, Red Side, who did a song in semis. We had Tehan, Kurokute, and Senzai as well with the banger semis tiebreaker. We've had RN. Unfortunately, the RN song was banned in every map, every match this week, I think. But it's still a banger. Altai did a really good job mapping that one. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see it on stream, but go play it as well. It was that one was last week. We had a Niwashi song as well, and all of the new artists this week as well. So Raymond-kun, DJ Raisei, 2L, Cephid, Rabbit House, and of course Citrus at the end here. I want to thank Mango Miser for facilitating a lot of the communication with these artists and organizing a lot of these collaborations. You can expect to see a lot more of them across all World Cups. If you like those originals, I think you'll enjoy watching the World Cup in 2023. I want to thank Dada and Sayo. You're both here, but I want to thank both of you specifically just for all of the pooling work and all the balancing work that was done this week. Not just this week, actually, the whole year. Pooling a tournament like this is kind of a marathon. I think you two had the most time put in, and I appreciate that a lot. We also had a lot of crazy ideas that came from you guys that a lot of people ended up liking. So I think pretty thankful for those two additions. A lot of playtesters as well. A lot of very, very active playtesters. Trailmix, Nissan, Miles, Thieves, Intercabbing, Ninja Fish, Gaby. Thank you so much. Lots of time put in. And a couple of outstanding mappers, I would say. Captain One was super fast. Kind of managed to pick up a lot of leftover projects that couldn't be finished by other people, so thankful for that. Mount as well was picked up for the early stages in round of 32 and qualifiers, and kind of like speedrun maps that ended up working really well, so big thank you to them. As well as Iljaz, who ended up mapping 2 tiebreakers for the round of 32 tiebreaker. It's worth a thanks, because we weren't going to use the first one, and they're just like, oh, I'll just make another one. So thanks to everyone that contributed to the pools this year. I think it was a fantastic experience, and I think that's all I have to say.
Well, I think that just about does it for everyone here, right?
I think so.
Sure thing, sure thing.
Well, thank you very much for watching. I want to say the usual, there'll be Maple feedback, but this is the last poll. Unless there's something very, very wrong with one of the maps, which I think nothing should be wrong with any of these maps. But if there's something very wrong, or if you want to share your feedback still, just go in Maple feedback, yell at us, do your thing. But yeah, this is the last poll. I want to thank everyone for just the whole project and what we've done this year. And yeah, this has been an LWC that obviously a transition period. A lot of the team left from last year, especially map pulling wise. So there's still a little bit of growing pains, still a little bit of inexperience from our side. But I think we managed to deliver a very, very cool, very interesting experience for most people involved. So I want to thank everybody for playing, for watching, and for working behind the scenes. You guys are awesome. And yeah, that's it.
And to cap things off, we'll take care of a couple of housekeeping things here. We, of course, have the Grand Finals next weekend, Losers Bracket Grand Finals between the United States and Germany, probably sometime around 18 UTC, and then the Grand Finals after that on Sunday. Make sure to check the wiki for those times on Thursday and Friday. That is when they will be up if you want to know exactly when those matches take place and when to catch them here live at Osu Live. You can also still support your favorite teams in the World Cup directly by purchasing banners off the website. Those go down on Friday, so if you want to get them now, this week is your last chance to do so. And last but not least, you can also directly support the World Cups through Osu Collective. Links to both of those in the chat. With everything being taken care of, thank you very much to everybody for watching. Thank you very much to all of the map pool team for your incredible efforts throughout the entire rest of this tournament. And from all of us here at Osu Live, we'll see you next weekend for the Grand Finals.